Chair Vesta.
And Don Everingham, ODF, Northwest Oregon Area Director.
Great. It looks like there's just a couple people online. Emily, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Perfect. I had some problems with my microphone earlier on my headphones. Good morning. Emily Shook. I'm a OS2 Office Specialist 2 with the State Forest Division.
And Justin.
Good morning, Justin Buttress, Policy Analyst in the State Forest Division.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Well, I think what we'll do next is there's SBAC roundtable updates. We're not going to go around and ask people to give updates. This was put on here because I had the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils reach out to me. And so I wanted to just give an update around that. And so we thought, given that I'm chair, we would put it on the agenda. And then if there's anybody else who has any updates, it's because I was like, as chair, I don't want to, I just want to be saying it as an SVAC member. So I'm going to take off my chair hat and just as the one of the watershed rep. I had a watershed council coordinator reach out to a listserv that all the watershed councils in the state are a part of and say, you know, there's this HCP. Because of the HCP, we're having some challenges with moving forward any projects, and a large portion of their watershed is actually in ODF ownership. And so they had said, you know, should we reach out to the governor's office about this? And so I replied and said, no, don't reach out to the governor's office. And why don't we meet and have a conversation about the concerns? And so the Network of Oregon Watershed Council set up a meeting, and there were more people there than I expected, actually. And so the main concerns are just the timeline of the HCP, and I explained that really they're just going to have to be patient, like everybody else is having to be patient right now, and they understood that. And then the other piece that there's some concern around, particularly for councils where there's large amounts of the watershed in ODF ownership, is that if they have projects they want to do and they're bringing both state and then federal matching dollars, the projects will not count for the HCP. And so they just said, if there's any way we could, like councils themselves are willing to assist, if it would be useful for the organizations themselves to go to the services and say, we have this, like across the state, there is this restoration economy, and there's these entities that want to do this work and assist ODF, and it's not just like hamstringing ODF, it's hamstringing all these other organizations. And so they just asked me to bring these concerns to the department, and I thought I would just let all of SVAC have an understanding of those concerns. And because that's what we're here for, right? As SVAC members, is to talk to the stakeholders that we represent and bring those concerns forward. So that's all, just kind of an informational thing. And so if there's any other SVAC members who have anything around this topic.
That's helpful. And I appreciate you, from your perspective, reaching out to those groups, and then that's not going the nuclear option right to the governor's office every time there's an obstacle or a roadblock. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I was like, that's not going to be helpful. Let me help educate. I mean, part of my role, I feel like on SVAC, is to help educate people when they don't have an understanding of either the process or kind of the tightrope that the department is currently walking. Yeah, happy to do it. All right, good. And then I just realized, Derek, we did introductions. Oh. And so I wanted to give you a chance to also introduce yourself.
So Derek Bangs, operational specialist.
Thank you.
And Jody just joined.
Yeah, hi, Jody. We did introductions. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure thing. I'm Jody Kroon. I'm the division planning specialist. And I just wanted to mention that the link in the agenda doesn't come to this meeting. So Dan Stark was also there. We got out and tried. I could link through Teams, but the link in the Word agenda didn't work.
So we gotta find Dan.
Please. That's why we don't need some public here. Any thoughts on that, Emily? I see good
Did you guys set this up, Brad, with the link to the agenda?
I'm working on it. I'll send out an email right now to everyone so that with this meeting agenda, I'm not really sure what happened there, but I'll get it sent out so people can join.
Do we want to hold on public comment and move into one of the other agenda items, and then we can bring public comment back? Okay, we can do that. Should we move into the AOP updates?
Jody, are you ready for AOP updates?
I am ready.
Why don't we do those and then we'll do public comment a little later.
Okay, let me get this set up. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
I will not be able to see you while I'm presenting, so if you have questions or anything, just shout out. Okay, good morning. Again, I'm Jody Kroon, Division Planning Specialist. I'm filling in for Colleen while she's on vacation. And I'm here to update you on the status of the fiscal year 2026 annual operations plan. Since the last SBAC meeting, we have completed the internal and external specialist review of the annual operations plan and completed draft documents for timber sale harvest, recreation projects, and other state forest operations. These documents were posted online and include a web map tool so you can view the project spatially. Outreach to small, private, adjacent landowners that share a property line with a harvest operation occurred prior to the official start of the public comment period. This resulted in various levels of information sharing at a few districts. This presentation is focusing on the public comment portion of the annual operations plan process. The 45-day public comment period started on April 18th and it will end at 5 p.m. on June 3rd. As of this morning, we've received 107 letters that touch on a variety of topics and cover a wide range of perspectives. In the next few slides, I will provide a high-level summary of the comments that we have received so far. Our hope today is to get feedback and advice from you on how to move forward with these comments based on your perspective and the interest that you represent. Our ask is that the feedback you provide is within the context of our implementation plans, forest management plan, and proposed habitat conservation plan. Just to note, the next few slides will show examples of comments that we have received, and I will not be reading from the slides as we go through them. We often receive different levels of comments during these public processes. Some of the comments we have received are related to high-level or broad topics. So far this year, we have received comments that recommend ODF should not use chemicals, should harvest more, should harvest less, should stop clear cutting, or should stop harvesting altogether. We have also received comments that there should be more species diversity when reforesting, forest roads should be maintained, and that active forest management will create jobs, funding for schools and communities, wood for lumber mills, and is needed for fire mitigation. In addition, during the public comment period, we also receive comments that are out of scope, focusing on other state forest planning efforts outside of the annual operations plan, including the forest management plan, implementation plans, or habitat conservation plan, or comments focusing on state or federal laws that we don't control, or sometimes focusing on ODF work in the protection or forest resources divisions. When we receive other division comments, we forward those to the appropriate staff. We also have received comments that are specific to certain programs like recreation. So far this year, we have received over 70 letters that are specific to the recreation program. In general, people would like more public use opportunities and well-maintained access to existing recreation areas. There were requests for more equestrian trails and campgrounds with included horse trailer parking at each. Commenters would like to keep horses and bikes on separate trails. There was one request for a designated motorized trail system in the Western Lane District and another for keeping Browns Camp open year-round. The majority of the recreation comments received so far are around the call for a formalized mountain bike trail system plan in the large mountain area. These commenters also requested that construction of additional mountain bike trails be included in the fiscal year 2026 annual operations plan. We've received comments regarding the Mothball Hill sale located on the Astoria District. This sale has been removed from the 2026 annual operations plan and deferred for the foreseeable future. As a result, the Ridge Walker sale has been moved from alternate to primary status to meet harvest objectives on the Astoria District. The annual operations plan website has been updated with this information. As of this morning, we've received 4 letters regarding the Sager, E-Rock, and Middle Big Noise sales, also on the Astoria District. These sales are opposed due to their older age and complexity, impact to threatened and endangered fish, and they're also near domestic water sources. We sometimes receive comments regarding the public comment process and our website. In response to comments received last year, we created a new annual operations plan website, which includes new ways to access individual pre-operation reports for timber sales, recreation projects, and other forest operations. There's also a zipped file for downloading all district documents at once for those of you who take the time to review all the plans. The webpage was developed in a very short time frame, during which we were also finalizing our implementation plans, so it's still a work in progress. In particular, we've received recent feedback that the web map tool is hard to navigate. We'll be working on improving that for next year. We've also heard from one adjacent landowner that including a map of the proposed harvest with the adjacent landowner letter would be helpful. So what are the next steps? As I mentioned earlier, the public comment period will close at 5 p.m. on June 3rd. In June, our staff will be working with districts and division staff on evaluating feedback we've received, identifying potential adjustments to plans where appropriate and that are in alignment with our other higher level plans and policies, developing responses to the comments, and incorporating changes into the annual operation plan documents. This work will then be ready for district forester approvals and posted to the external website, along with a comment response document that also lists changes made to the plan since the public comment period. This process is expected to be completed by the end of June, and following that, we'll be working with adjacent landowners during sale layout where appropriate. Okay, before we get to questions, I just wanted to let folks know we still have time to receive comments. So here are some different ways you can contact us. The information is also listed on our State Forest website under the annual operations plan section. And that's the end of my presentation. So if we have any questions.
Great. Any questions for Jody? Anyone online? All right.
Yeah, thanks, Jody. And maybe just a couple of thoughts for me. So Jody's highlighting the fiscal 26 AOP. So apologies, the version we have, the handout in here says fiscal 25, but ultimately, as we move forward, there are fiscal 26 upcoming AOP. And as Jody noted, ultimately, we are working to develop new strategies to outreach to the public. So this is learning from last year. This is the first AOP year that we sent out these landowner notification letters in advance of our public comment period. So a new strategy implemented by the division this year to help engage our neighbors, or to recognize, as Dan says, that community of place. And then in addition, as much as we can, appreciate the interactive web map, but again, trying to then help those community of place identify what we're really speaking about in advance. And so I feel good about that extra outreach that we're doing. We still are receiving up here in this community, press and comments at the Board of Forestry over the last year that we haven't done some of this work well. And so across the division, continuing to work to make those improvements, which I appreciate, folks.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm assuming the water source was addressed in one of the comments. I'm assuming that you take into consideration water sources for communities when you're making these plans. Is that?
I can provide the context on that one. So the two sales that they're talking about specifically are E-Rock and the Middle Big Noise. The water source in that area is actually the Napa water system. It's my water. There's wells that are in that area that the Napa water system has on our property. The timber sales themselves won't affect those wells, but they are in the area, and so we do recognize it. There is one registered water source close to the E-Rock sale that is I guess overland flow, but it's one that's not used. And so it's one that the Water Association has never actually established and created a pond or anything at, but it is registered in the water diversion layer. And so, but the majority of it is the wells themselves.
So you are taking all that into consideration. You're not just.
Correct. Yeah. On a level. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
And in an operational, let's work very hand in hand with the Napa Water District.
I assumed that, but I just wanted to verify.
It's one of those things where there's like perception, reality, and cloudy. And so people's perception is that if you're harvesting in their watershed, it affects drinking water. And it may, but it doesn't always.
Well, it's not that you are not taking those things into consideration and you're not just going in there and tearing things up.
There is, so both of those and Sager are all mature sales outside of the habitat conservation areas. And that is another theme we talked about a little bit yesterday, along with this adjacency issue of, sales right up against residences that we will be seeing more of under the HCP, especially over the short term. To be clear, this isn't to say that this isn't a big challenge. And so recognizing that, eyes wide open, talking to environmental stakeholders, trying to bring them along. But this is part of the framework of the HCP. We're looking for a take permit. That means we have relief, that we have, we are in compliance with the ESA when we harvest mature stands that are habitat for the species. And there are a lot of reasons and rationale for why that's okay, not the least of which is the commitments we have made to habitat. And so, quite literally, those commitments offset that harvest within the framework of the HCP. But it's also really critical to us financially to be able to harvest those stands. And so we all saw those logs coming off a DR chopper yesterday, and the timber in that other sales. Yeah, and those sales are critical moving forward on a more limited land base to help us make the whole thing pencil. as we talked about yesterday. There's a lot of reasons, beyond that, why we think sort of harvest and mature stands are okay. There are things we are doing within each of those units to make sure we're maintaining important habitat elements. Those are all conversations we need to have with people. And there are people, you heard, don't clear cut anything, right? And so there are people who won't ever be able to get there. But this is like,
an additional point to all three of those units is they've all been actively managed. Middle Cole's been thinned twice.
Yeah.
So that we're following a timeline that we've managed multiple times. They're fully roaded. This is just that part of the life cycle, going through it, and then we start again.
Yeah. And like contributions to the covered species, to rare species associated with old forests. I wouldn't say they don't have any contributions, but the areas that we identified for the conservation areas are the ones where we have both habitat and occurrence data. So those are places where we know the species have been and the habitat exists versus areas where we might never have a species occurrence, often further east on this district in particular. And so hence those three sales. They're some of our more mature forests, right? But they've been previously managed and they don't have any species occurrence.
One other piece of awareness with public comments we've got so far is just talking about pace and scale. The Big Noise area and the Nat Creek Basin area. There was some mention that, we've already been harvesting in those areas and we're going into them more than we have in the past now, several years in a row. The reality of changing from a shifting mosaic plan to a more locked in plan is that the areas in our production kind of zone are going to have more harvest within them. That difference between we have all of the forest to manage and then we only have these areas of the forest to manage, mean that those areas we have left to us will see a more frequent footprint. And this is the only place that we can. And so there is harvest that is going to occur inside of those habitat conservation areas, especially in that first 30-year period. But for the more production focused, for the more the clear cut harvest outside of Swiss needlecast and alder, those are going to occur in these remaining acres. And they're going to be stacked on each other.
Derek, they harvest in the habitat conservation areas. Is that a combination of regenerative and thinning?
It is. And then like we talked about yesterday, they fall into three categories. Healthy conifer thinning, really alder conversions for stands that are 51% or more all hardwood components, and then Swiss needlecast. The vast majority of the Swiss needlecast and the alder will likely occur on the Tillamook districts. On the Tillamook district, there may be some, especially alder in smaller pockets that you find more scattered across. Astoria does have some stands that are alder, but not a lot. So the vast majority of those regeneration harvests will likely occur in the Tillamook district. And then the vast majority of the younger or the healthy conifer thinnings will occur between the Forest Grove and the Astoria district, with West Oregon, North Cascade, and Western Lakes also having a subcomponent of those healthy conifer thinnings. But it won't be likely a significant part of, like they'll probably have a sale-ish a year, type of thing. And so the majority of those would likely land on the Astoria Forest Grove district, with the majority of the regeneration harvest falling on the Tillamook district.
But can I clarify, correct my characterization here? We heard quite a bit yesterday about the economic necessity of that management to make it all management in HTAs to make pencil. I don't know how useful that construct is in the public consciousness, because it's more critical to mention that economics will never be a reason to enter an HCA.
Yeah, and that is characterized that.
It's got to be a habitat improvement project. It has to be a project to make that stand perform better with regard to the habitat goals. And incidental economics will be what they are. Mostly they'll be positive in some places. Some places it will not be. It'll cost money to be in there, probably.
Yeah, no, that's right. And I mischaracterized. I knew it as soon as I said it, but what I was trying to say is that management in the SCAs is critical to the whole thing.
The whole thing working. Right. That's nothing wrong with that.
Because the assumption when they were created, like when they were designed the way they are at the scale they are, is that there would be management allowed therein.
Yes.
So that's what it is.
You know, and the wood, even in a non-economic, you know, even though in a money-losing operation, the wood's important in the mill ecosystem. But that also will not be a reason to enter. It'll be incidental benefits, and that's yeah.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. The driver's habitat, in many cases, they will be revenue positive, and in all cases, those are logs going in the hills.
Yeah,
It's always revenue positive.
It'd be helpful to find a way to say that, to not devalue the economic part of it, but not it be the driver. I say that because the Forest Service has that same pickle on the east side, and they can't manage their stand with fuel treatments on hundreds of thousands of acres because of that mentality. And now that's caused mills to shut, so now they can't even sell logs at a small loss to treat those stands. And there's got to be some way to say that both are good because one begets the other.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, you know, going up that line and not crossing over it, essentially in terms of public trust or public understanding of intent, you know.
Well, income has to be part of it because you can't manage and harvest without the money to pay the harvesters. So, I mean, I understand that people don't want to think of it as an economic benefit, but in order to make trails, in order to do all the things that the public wants, ODF has to have an income. But what other income does ODF have other than?
We get $1 million in OHV, or lottery funds.
OHV.
Yeah.
Right, out of right. I mean, there aren't a lot of sources of income to support managing the forest in a healthy way.
In our current framework,
It's logical.
timber pays for everything we do on the forest, the whole management of the forest, all the conservation activities, timber pays for it,
Right.
all the recreation activities, right?
I want to drill down on your thoughts there, Dan, because that is where the rubber meets the road in public perception, and is most it's going to have the incentives.
I'm joking on.
What's the level of trust about people have in decision making there, and I think some of it speaks to confidence that you guys need to have in your plans and your expertise, and the more comfortable and confident you are, the better the perception of your work product is. The more hesitant you are about these public perceptions, the more it tends to breed room for doubt. There's so much behind this HCP negotiation that you've got a lot to bank on there as far as science, technical support. I mean, there's an army of experts behind this work product. It's not seat of the pants decision making at the district level. So it's okay to say that we're happy we got incidental revenue off of a sale. I think you have to say it's bad or good, but you just don't want to be in a place that I think the more you talk about wanting to go in for revenue, I think you should just lean into the HCP message, which is, as we're describing it, that it's incidental, and we're going to gladly cash that check if it's revenue positive. Anyway, I'd love to hear your thoughts about that. I want to keep that on the table.
No, that's what I was kind of asking, because there's a duality message, and some of it is predicated on just public trust. And it depends on which communities you're engaging with at the time. If I'm talking with the Placer County Commissioners, there's a different conversation than if I'm having it with the Wild Salmon Center. And an altogether different conversation I'm talking with adjacent homeowners.
Why is that? Why is it? You mean
So their set of
what you're hearing is different.
Yeah, their set of values they bring to that conversation, and trying to get them to, that trust is predicated on them having some common set of values with me, and be able to anchor into those values and say, these I agree with you on this. Okay, let's build on that. But I totally discount those other values. The adjacent homeowners discount that whole conversation of all those resources being protected up in the hinterlands. You're jacking on my backyard. Now, and then in Wild Salmon Center, you know where that conversation's going. Now they don't want big trees being cut, even though they're very happy with the set of resources we're saving for the HCP. The counties are going, my check has been cut in half. What can you do to make that check bigger? So it's hard to have that you're dealing with a completely different set of values and priorities in every one of those groups. And that's not a whole suite of publics that we're engaging with. And I find it challenging to connect with all those different communities in a meaningful way. Yeah.
There is one line that says,
Just quickly, I appreciate that you're bringing this up because I was thinking about it yesterday on our tour. And to your point, I think it's recognizing your audience. But within that, I feel like we need to improve our messaging. Because I started thinking about it during our conversation at the second thinning stop, the older thinning. If someone who wasn't familiar to this whole habitat conservation plan, in addition to just how we manage our forests in general, they standing there would have been like, wow, it sounds like their main concern when it comes to identifying where to manage an HCAs is tied to road costs. And at one point I wanted to chime in when we were actually at the tour stop and kind of like set a reminder that the intent is going back to the species and improving habitat, both in quality and quantity. Yes, roads will be considered, but it's not the driver.
Yeah, I wanted to, this is kind of almost an agenda check for Denise. Can you paint a picture, a sub-bullet picture of this AOP segment? How do you think the conversation will go for the next, do you have, is it just wide ranging for the next till 10:30 on AOP? Or did you want to focus on comments and then move to process, or I don't want to?
Yeah, so it's pretty wide ranging. Yeah, I don't have like a subcategory.
Okay, that's didn't want to.
Yeah. I did want to let Amanda, do you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in since I do a lot of work on federal lands, and there's a lot of similar themes like we've discussed around how do you message around this? How do you think through, not just the way that we talk about the benefits and the purposes of different projects and different management. And I do think that one of the things I've seen in that space is being brutally honest is what most people want and not sugarcoating things. And so, I come back to this whole construct that we've created where we call, all clear cuts and shelter trees and seed trees regeneration harvest, because clear cuts is a bad word, right? But let's call a spade a spade. And so in those general stewardship areas outside of HCAs, I mean, a big purpose of those treatments is revenue and maintaining a healthy, viable market and healthy, viable workforce. I think it's okay to call it that. I think that we need to call it that and not try to sugarcoat it. I think that's what people want. But I do think that on the HCAs, tying some of that back to the workforce and a healthy industry, I think that there's good messages there. I don't think that you have to talk about it from a income basis, from a revenue basis, because those areas are focused on healthy, creating and setting those stands up for a long-term trajectory of a healthy, viable habitat for the species, the covered species that we're looking at with the HCP. So I think that there's a way to talk about these things, maybe focusing more on workforce, on healthy industry, and sort of trying to connect for folks the reasons that a healthy, vibrant industry and market allow us to do all those other happy benefit, ecosystem services type things in those HCAs. Without the general stewardship areas providing that success, we can't do the other stuff. So just wanted to highlight that.
Hey, Amanda, this is Nick. I really appreciate that. And, yeah, good reminder. We're talking about jobs in the woods still, right? And it goes right back to Adam, who we heard from yesterday. But that brings up a question for your constituents, or would have for your constituents. Would that make them angry that we're sort of having heard what we heard from him about, hey, I'm only getting 20,000 an acre off of these grounds, and it doesn't necessarily pay for me to, work on all these thinning projects. Would that is there a thing there that we need to be sensitive about? You don't want to oversell kind of what we're doing as far as contributing to jobs in the woods?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still a lot of sensitivity in the system around just the loss of production acres on state lands, absolutely. But ensuring that we still have the public perception and the opportunity to continue operating, I think that there's a recognition that that those messages are still accurate. However people wish it went down, I think in some ways that's in the past. Folks understand that we need to look forward and whatever we need to do to maintain that that social license to operate is kind of where we need to be focusing. So yeah, you'll continue to hear the frustration from the folks that I represent and just where we're at, but just like anything else, you have to look forward and move forward, and people will adjust, and that's just the reality that we're in. So, but that's you're right. I mean, there is definitely sensitivity there still.
On Amanda's comment, I think it's really important to note that in our habitat conservation plan, we specifically identified we will be doing this. It isn't we're going to evaluate I don't think we want to get to where we have to justify every acre that we harvest to 900 different people, and we have to do an environmental impact statement on every acre to determine why this particular acre is the one that we need to do, because that's where I see that we're leaning towards. We identified in the habitat conservation plan, we will thin this much. We will clear cut this much. And if we didn't, these HCAs would not be this big. And so that was something that we, to that, be brutally honest, that is the brutally honest piece.
That's right.
And so I think the sooner we can start to identify, geographically, these are the ones that we're talking about. And then we start just saying, okay, now that the conversation is not if, but when, what year does this happen? Then I think the better, because then we start being able to have some of those, then it's just timing conversation. But I would really caution us to not have to get into having to justify why each individual acre is the one that we chose. Not having to say, well, this is because of, you know, this road closure or this, like, we need to sit down internally and figure out where the acres are that we have already committed to. We've already done a certain amount of commitment that said that we will do this. And then if it turns out that by the time that we sit down and figure out where we're going to thin, it's nowhere but a fraction of those acres, then we probably have some answering to do. And so, like, you know, we need to get as close to that number as we can because we committed to that.
Yeah, I just want to go back even to what Vanessa said earlier. If we're going to lead with the HCP, then we need to lead with how this is better than, you know, how this is better relative to habitat and for critters than the old way.
Yeah.
And if we can't tell, or if you can't tell the story of that, and that's significant, and you have a way to measure that, then it doesn't really matter all the other elements. But if you keep putting that up, you know, this is why we're doing it. This is why we're doing it. This is why we're doing it. It's like then everyone, like the people that have their property impacted by, you know, they have to take responsibility for not giving a shit about the HCP, you know, not caring that the habitat's better overall, but they care only about their own piece. I mean, whatever it is. And I also think, especially given the tenor of what's happening around the nation, is that most people don't really, there's some people that are not going to give a damn about whether we give money to the private sector or whether we give money to the public sector. There's going to be, there's two groups out there that could give a shit about either one of them. So it's important to know that, know what you're defending. And it doesn't mean that those things aren't important to half the people or more than half the people. But if you're going after habitat and strengthening the habitat that improves, you know, certain critters that we improve, and certainly fly that flag.
Couple of things there that, so I say something quickly. So one, we haven't really talked about the monitoring programs for the HCP because we don't have it yet, but they're really strong and they're tied directly to that. And so folks can really check our work through time, right? We're much more accountable because we're accountable for the services for those very same things. It's not like nebulous anymore. The other piece that Colleen and I flagged last year that we still haven't quite gotten to where we want to be, Colleen Kaiser, she's our planning unit manager, is the pieces of the AOPs where we provide sort of the silvicultural description, what are we going to do and why. That's a spot where for each sale, the pre-op rather, that's a spot where we need to kind of anchor in why are we doing these things in the HC. Like that's an opportunity to speak directly to the public about why we think this connect the prescription to the habitat of the species. What we've done historically is speak of that in terms of structure-based management, and it's not quite where we need to be.
It's just struck me based your comments there. And one of the fundamental differences is durability. So now we're having a 70-year permit term. So these things aren't moving across time and space, at least within that 70-year permit term, particularly for us, where we're not having the big clear cuts. So we're not resetting the stand to zero. The methodologies we use haven't really changed. The way we select trees, market the trees, turn it into revenue and jobs, that part hasn't changed. And I think that's the piece when we talk about this stuff. Are we talking about the operational aspects kind of for a tactical level, which would be kind of an IP perspective, or at a strategic level at the permit term? And I think that's where I get mixed up because I tend to drill operational. But when you're trying to connect to different audiences, you've got to get up to the strategic piece. And those elements get muddy real quick if you can't stay in the right lane.
Well, that's the confidence part I was talking about. Somebody described it as brutal honesty. I don't really know that like that frame. It's I understand we're saying the same thing, but a confidence and a consistency around, it's a system. You know, I don't care if I'm talking to somebody who's interested in spark plugs. This is a car that's going someplace, and treating my message around some little piece of the car that person is interested in that's a place of weakness. You know, you need always talking about this is a machine that's working together to deliver all this stuff, and people will come with their interest, but we just have to find a way to move them to either a place of trust or understanding. You don't always have to understand. Sometimes you just have to trust, but
And you don't always have to agree.
yeah, and we understand that this is impacted your life or impacted your favorite interest, but you know, we need all Oregonians as partners on this system. You know, in the recreation world, I'm asked all the time by people that I work with in policy, like, well, where are you coming from, Barrett? You know, how does this help trails? Well, you know, and I just tell my main interest is having a healthy, functioning forest that's not managed through litigation. Because recreation is going to be best positioned if it's not in court and managed through the papers and through various other battles. And so I'm all in on that. And that's the system, this negotiated scheme with give and take. So I think if you would continue to adapt a common message for these different interest groups, you're going to be better off than if you're worried about having a different conversation depending on what room you're in.
Well, so from a purchaser's perspective, we heard Adam and talking about, you know, the way that he needs to get tooled up. Now, okay, that machine's going to be another $1 million and that one's $1 million. Please don't lose sight of your customers. When I look at your force, they're rapidly outgrowing your market, right? They are getting really big, really fast. So if we don't start over, then what does that look like in 50 more years, right? Because you'll have little to no timber for the local markets, right? It's going to outgrow your market. So when we're looking at $1 million for a piece of equipment to facilitate the thinning, or you're looking at me going, hey, Ty, what's it going to cost to build a mill that will take this big of piece size? Well, now you're looking at what, 200, 300 million? I don't want to say it's not going to happen, but I mean,
Infrastructure.
yes. So you look, when I was asking Adam, hey, what are you doing with all your oversized Doug fir on this sale right now? Because Hampton has also reduced their butt size. Those are going to Eugene, right? So when you're looking at the economics of your timber sales, and I have to put in, you know, we don't like risk, right? So everything that we have to sell to somebody else is risk. Now I'm going to arbitrarily throw a number at, hey, I think I can get this much money for it in Eugene in 2 years. Well, now I also have to back out all the trucking to get it down there because there's nowhere necessarily local. There you have one mill local that will take big oversized Doug fir. Other than that, it's heading that truck will be tied up all day to get a trip to Eugene and back. So please don't lose sight of your force or outgrowing your customer base also on the mill side, right?
And that might be a different answer on the, since we don't have a better term for it, the production zone of the forest,
right? And
the areas of habitat conservation areas. You know, especially, you know, we have a 30-year window of thinning inside of those habitat conservation areas. You There's a different market probably for stands that we are looking at right now in that first 10 years than there might be in 30 years.
Right.
Especially as potential markets dwindle, say for oversized logs. Maybe that changes with some of the federal systems going on. I don't know. Maybe there's more of a market in 30 years for oversized wood, but like those are almost like two separate market drivers. You know, the areas outside where depending on choices that are given to us by the board, we may or may not be on different rotation ages. And then the areas inside the habitat conservation areas, which is primarily going to be driven towards that larger log, just because of the way that, you know, there's some younger stands in there, but for the most part, it's an older forest.
Right, because everything has been basically reset by the series of fires, right? So you have this kind of catastrophic events, right? So everything is, I don't want to say even age, but the older timber is pretty much, what, is it give or take 15 years probably? So that land, you know, there's a vast amount of volume sitting in that age class. And if we don't restart that, it's, I don't know, we're heading down a one-way track.
Yeah. Well, there's a decision-based answer to that question this is kind of the conversation. You could get into, I think a lot of people are wound up between that challenge that you just described and the HCP existing, you know, like it's pushback to the HCP. And I think just having a confident answer about what the HCP allows, what's our decision space on that question in the HCP, you know, just keep that linkage going in the conversation so that it doesn't allow people to linger in this resentment opposition space about the HCP, because you've got to be all in on the agreement, that take permit, and describe where the space is on the question.
To some extent, that same dynamic already exists under structure-based management, which is part of this project. We're committed to growing stands that'll, you know, beyond 80 in many cases. And it comes with tremendous risk on the biological side,
right? I'm just saying,
and thus legal risk, right?
I'm just suggesting that I think a lot of people they think we're in the space of pushback. And, you know, that this is we're still in the starting over phase. We're still in the New Deal. We haven't started the poker game yet. And that's get people out of that thinking that this is still the time to resist HCP. Right. It's.
I do want to I'm going to put a pin in this conversation for just a second so that we can it's almost 9:30 and I want to allow public comment if there's anybody who's here for public comment. I don't want to keep holding that. So is there anybody in the room? I think so, just to check. Okay, is there anyone online who is here in order to provide public comment? All right. Okay, great. We can keep going.
Todd and I were struggling with some of this a couple days ago. And we were reminded of sort of the export constraints. This is like neither here nor there, and that's not to say that we would suggest that our logs be exported, but he had a brilliant idea of like, what if our purchasers were allowed to export not our logs per se, but logs, and would that change the map at all?
Well, then you've got a substitution issue.
Yeah,
I would like to push,
which is
for
why
oversized spruce to be exported.
Yeah, it's that
Chinese tariffs that ever come
I think it was the oversized spruce that kind of triggered the conversation.
Unless you want our oversized spruce.
No. I mean, that's not
much.
So the point being, like, there may be other like legislative fixes we haven't even considered yet.
Well, we did that with alder.
Yeah.
When Weyerhaeuser had the Garibaldi bill, we got an exclusion for alder. So it can be done. And when the tariffs are pushing, before the tariffs kicked in, there was some discussion about what to do with oversized spruce. We've got a sale right now. John's gonna have to retrofit. It didn't sell because it's got 1.5 million feet of 30-inch spruce on it, which is too big. You know, the purchaser said, well, I'd take it if I could just zip off the butt log and leave it. But what are we gonna do with 500,000 board feet of butt logs?
It's too much for me to say, Peter.
But, you know, so that might be a good case for some sort of fix on the export piece. But again, we need to have the, you know, even if you could do it legislatively, through and administrative rulemaking, you would have to have a good story to tell with it.
And support from.
Because my wife, who works down at the Bridgewater, I don't know if anyone ate there, but it's right across from the hotel. She's one of the best ambassadors for this agency and doesn't get a nickel from it. She has to explain to everyone when they see a load of logs going down the river. They say, oh, they're exporting all that state firewood. And she gives them the Opry lecture. And it's,
I think that's a good example of what you were just saying. 10 years ago, there was a market for that. Yeah, domestically, there isn't now. It's gone. And so I think that's pretty much what you're just commenting on. Like that could be a furlong.
very easy.
And so that's what we're banking on, that that's going to be available.
Yeah.
And you know, a decade ago, we wouldn't be talking about spruce exports. And so that's a thing that we're going to have to do. And so both in the production zone and inside these HCAs, as we start having the conversations, and that may direct where we end up going. Like I don't necessarily know that we should shy away from saying maybe we won't harvest anything inside of habitat conservation areas that doesn't make us money. I don't know that that's a comment that we should necessarily be afraid to say.
I mean, well, the counties make money as part of the issue. And so it's like, because like they make money regardless of whether we lose money, right? And so there is that benefit. There's logs flowing out, et cetera. So like, not to say that you're wrong, but like there is that. It's complicated math, and we don't necessarily have to make money if there's all those other benefits flowing. I mean, we lost money in the recession for sort of different reasons, but same thing. We wanted to keep mills open with that logs flow.
I think avoiding the conversation about economics is very dangerous because pretty soon, what's ODF going to run on?
Yeah.
I mean, it's all about whether it's business or whether it's government. You have to generate income, and nobody wants to pay more for anything. I mean, I don't know that people want to pay more for roads or trails or. So the only answer is selling logs. I know it's difficult conversation to have with people who think that the government creates money with a magic wand, but the reality is going to be there ain't going to be no Department of Forestry to manage.
And as we, one interesting thing, and I've got the fiscal 26 AOP tracker up. And maybe one thought from yesterday, and as I think about these comments, you see all the values of GPD in there of whether it's environmental, economic, the recreation that we provide. And I do think most people think it is all or nothing. But what I saw us is we were standing at that stop 2 yesterday in this beautiful older stand, but we had to stop talking because this amazing load of logs was going by as well. And like we are providing for both.
I was thinking of that yesterday. I wish I had a video camera of just being in a cool place, seeing a 7,000 board foot log load go out. That was $800, $700 a thousand. You can do the math. I mean, so that was like almost a $5,000 load of logs going out.
Yeah, and in my mind, I'm thinking, I don't know which is more impressive, staring at these trees or staring at that log truck, but we're doing both of them. And we don't ultimately
We've
get
got to
much
be able to
credit.
capture, that's the thread. We've got to be able to capture, Nick, in some language.
Well, that's why you guys are foresters. For that exact reason, right there.
Yeah, I've talked for a long time, like I'd like to see a rec trail go through an HCA and open out into a clear cut landscape. And there be a sign saying, welcome to the working forest. And it explains all that. Yeah.
And I think, and that's where I was going, as I look at these 26 comments, actually the majority of them are lumped into the recreation bucket. So the majority of the comments we have received so far are around recreation,
70%.
trail, 70% are recreation related. We would like to see you do more. We would like to ensure, right, you continue to provide, let's say, equestrian option. We want this in addition, this in addition. There's always that expectation of more.
They don't want.
We haven't built out any real business plan on that side of the house yet, with a strict focus on revenue. And ultimately, maybe that is a future topic for this group to help strategize around that. And at our last SBAC meeting, and I'll talk about our financials a little bit this afternoon, but at our last SBAC meeting, what I characterized was Mike Toady a bit disappointed in us not even taking advantage of socially acceptable ways to pay for recreation, such as a pass or parking permits, et cetera. Hence, right, that we are behind the curve. And that will need to be a focus area for us moving forward.
Amanda's got a question.
Amanda.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I think a really maybe like delicate way of getting to kind of what Don is talking about and what I had mentioned earlier is instead of focusing directly on the revenue, focus on what that revenue gets us. So whether that's trails, whether that's jobs, whether that's better maintained roads for ingress and egress of firefighters, whatever that revenue gets us, instead of focusing on the dollars and cents, focus on the things that it provides, county services and all this. That might be another way to think about it, right?
General question. I was debating whether I should even ask it, but I had two people last month say, because of the nature of the, I'd say the kind of the nebulous shifting nature of the FMP, which affects the IP, that the AOPs operate independently of both, so the health and the big picture. What is there a response to that, or should you just ignore them?
No, let me just jerk you. You get way through the weeds. Think of it as simple analogy is, okay, if you're in a big house, that's the forest management plan. The implementation plan gets you on the right floor and the AOP puts you in the right room.
Sure.
So you've got to be able to, because the FMP is strategies. Okay, this is the framework we're operating. We're going to move all stands across land and space in perpetuity. That's changed with the HCP. Now these areas are locked in for a 70-year permit term. It's going to operate lightly in there, focused on habitat. And then the areas that aren't is production. We still have the RCAs that run through all of it, the streams. The IP is how much can you do for volume on average per year? Is it within the IP? What areas are you going to focus on? For recreation, it'd be kind of, what areas of emphasis you're going to work on, new trails or just trail maintenance. So now you're in a chapter or the floor, if you keep using the building analogy. And then once you get the AOP is what specifically are you going to do this year within that chapter of the IP?
Well, that's a good analogy.
The both the FMP and the IP build those walls of the room, so bouncing against walls that are put in place by those house level lights. So, what some will still say is that you should have a NEPA-like process, which is what the government.
Well, I want you to show me all the rooms in that house and do an analysis if you change the paint on it.
No, but just even within that room, imagine this. Why not just do a NEPA, a full public process for that decision space in that room? Well, you could quickly see where you would never function, you could never operate because which the Forest Service has lived with many times, where the inaction has led to the worst outcomes for everybody. And so I think the department felt like this was a way to have, logical, definable constraints in this room, but still be productive, still produce value to people.
Yeah, I like Dan's analogy. The FMP and the IP gives me the rules. I have to follow those rules. And so once I have those rules, then I sit down and say, well, then given those rules and then that habitat conservation plan were more rules, those are constraints, those are sidebars. And then so once I take all of that into account, what do I have left? And then that's how we develop the annual operations plans. We come up with what we call candidates. And then we sit down and say, given all of those rules, what do we have? The implementation plan sets a volume target for me for since we're in Astoria, the Astoria district. If the volume target is 52 million board feet, I know I need to get to this number. I need to get to 52. So here's my candidate pool. If I start off with 54, I know that 2 million of that is what I'm dropping. If I start off with 100, then that means that I have, 50 million to play with there. And so that gives me, once the implementation plan sets those sidebars for me, and so I go, everything that doesn't meet those implementation plans is blacked out. I don't get to choose that. And so that's not part of my solution.
If I can follow up on one more, it's related. You mentioned the volume targets for the implementation plan. Things change. Is that where the adaptive management plan comes into play? Where there is an adaptive management plan, right? And I was kind of wondering how in the world that fits in among the FMP and the IP.
Well, good question. And that's different than compliance versus implementation.
Yeah. Yeah. And we adjust the implementation plan generally about every 10 years. And so sometimes that fluctuates by a few years, going up and down. Our old implementation plan, the previous decade, Astoria was at 73 million board feet. Things changed, and then we dropped it to 52 due to various things. And so if something big happens, North Cascade changed their implementation plan targets because of a big fire that occurred. And so when something like that happens, like big like that, we may speed up when we do a new implementation plan because something big occurred. Otherwise, the forest is a pretty dynamic place. The difference between 50 and 49 over a decade is not much on the scheme of an entire forest. And so given that tenure, like we stop, we regroup, we see like, okay, should we have changed? Like, is 52 too high? Should we go to 47? What's that adjustment to make for the next 10-year period? Is it too low? Should we go up? Should we go up to 56? And so those are conversations that we have every 10 years to make sure that we're righting the ship. So that at any point in time, we're not deviating to where we're over harvesting, or conversely, we're under harvesting. And then we're ending up with an age bubble that's kind of blowing up out of proportion, and then potentially getting some of our areas or trees into a spot where we're not going to be able to sell them when we do harvest.
Nick, this is a policy question, just because I don't know. Under the old forest management plan, the adaptive management policy piece was for kind of feedback loop to the FMP itself. Again, being that here's the whole building. is the architecture of this building right? Have we made some assumptions? Have we checked those assumptions and do they still hold true? So that's really the adaptive management policy. It's versus compliance monitoring. Did you do what you said you were going to do at an operational level? Well, and then implementation policies. Is this working the way we assumed it was going to work at a more tactile level? I would argue that the agency's not done a good job on the adaptive management piece, and much to our detriment, because that plan, do, check, act, circle is super important to inform the board on what is and isn't working.
Yep.
And there's probably some room for improvement. And I know we've got a lot of monitoring that the Fed set up through the HCP process. I'm not sure I have a lot more hope that that's going to work any better than what we've done in the past. But I think that's some of the hinge points we've seen is, have we been successful in making more complex stands? If you're looking at the more FMP, do we have a robust inventory that reflects that? So there's a piece to work through there that I just, we've been in policy flux for 21, 22 years. Yeah. And when you're chasing that next policy, no one spends any time looking at how you implemented the last policy.
Yep. And, as we move forward with new implementation plans, new forest management plan, that's been one of the big, trying to tie that all together so that people are understanding how that works is one of the things that I know our planning group has been talking about a lot, so that there's very clear lines from whether it's the board expectations, the FMP goals that tie into the implementation plans that point right back at those and say, this implementation plan, this is what we're going to do. Like, let's take the easiest one, which is, in my mind, stream enhancement. If there's a broad goal for the board on that we're going to do stream enhancement over, X number of things, like maybe we'll identify over this 10-year period, we want to do 70 of them.
Well, that's a great example of adaptive management. Is doing 100 stream enhancement projects meeting the objectives of your policy? Is your policy to improve stream habitat and have a fish population response? Positive one? That's where that adaptive management piece circles back. Okay, we've got now a 50% increase in coho fry population on this stream reach. That's the part we have not, in my opinion, articulated and then been able to feed that back into the decision-making process.
So we had Dan characterized all that correctly. We had an adaptive management plan as part of the FMP. We had an adaptive management unit, and we dissolved it in 08, 09. In the recession, we dissolved the adaptive management unit. And people kind of forget because so much time has gone on now. So we stopped doing any monitoring, and the adaptive management plan had several explicit monitoring programs that it was going to do. None of them ever got done. And part of the reason we've been in this lurch for ever since I've been here is because we have no data to bring to bear on the discussion about whether the current FMP works or not.
Well, hopefully bring this conversation back to the board's PM discussion pieces so they can have clearer performance measures that we can tease out, or themes of those measures that you can actually have smart, specific, measurable, achievable, repeatable efforts.
Time bound.
Yeah. That would make it much more likely to have success.
Yeah. So, and I'm looking at Tyson's notes here. It's too bad he's not here because this is his wheelhouse, but that's exactly the plan. And so in the new adaptive management plan, these performance measures, the specific methods for component metrics. So sort of exactly how we're going to measure all the things related to the performance measures goes in the adaptive management plan with, what is our intent there? Why are we measuring it? What's that do, check, process go. still working all that out, but then, yeah, and then the HCP has like a whole chapter of monitoring. And a lot of those things do kind of fold, but they're not gonna go in the plan. The plan's gonna point to them. And then there's this monitoring plan. It's like, this is why we can't have nice things, by the way, but that's like, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, you have a furrowed brow, so I'll stop.
Oh, no, sorry. No, go ahead and finish. And then I'll follow up. Sorry.
So we're still kind of putting all those pieces together. And then another element is, or our intent is that SFAG, the public, FTLAC, the board, can sort of ask questions around the next 10 years, you know, and so we sort of peg some of adaptive management to the IPs themselves. One example that's come up is all this alder management that we've been talking about. And so I mentioned yesterday, ODFW and DEQ, really concerned, really focused on it. And so one of the things we could do, we haven't committed to it yet, is build out like a formal study, essentially, with, you know, the proper treatments and controls across districts, et cetera, to really look at when we go in and do these things, how does that compare to whether we didn't, and how do these two stands develop on these different trajectories, et cetera. And that would fit well in an adaptive management program. Go ahead.
So expand on that, thinking back to Dan's analogy, I think it's a great analogy. Thinking about the room, the floor, and the house, because back to Greg's question that triggered this conversation, and thinking about adaptive management, I started thinking about in terms of changes at each planning level within the house structure. So the room would be, if we're thinking in terms of AOP, it's like, what are we going to paint the walls next year versus the floor of, well, now we're gonna, you know, put in hardwood floors across the whole first floor versus the FMP house structure itself, which is putting on a whole new roof. And so within those different scales through an adaptive management plan, there should be something that ties back to each one of those levels, whether it's painting a new room, putting in a new sink versus doing an open concept across the whole bottom, the whole first floor versus, yeah, the new roof as well.
Yeah.
So that
A lot.
yeah. Now, way holistically ties it all together, both in scale and then time as well.
She's going to be designing a bunch of these monitoring programs, if that helps as well.
Job security. Version number 3. You said you have site.
We're gonna hit 40.
Yeah, talking about as a concept. Talk more about that.
Well, he was taking, so SMART goals, if you've heard of those before, the acronym, it's just that's the T. He ticked off that same SMAR. Yeah. But, you know, within that context, it's that whatever, you know, goals are setting, should not only be measurable, but should be measurable within some time that's relevant to the people who are interested in the question. Right. And that's part of the challenge of what does adaptive management look like? Part of the challenge of connecting those dots really is some questions are some things that could be answered in 2 years. Some are going to take 10 or 20, right? And so it's sort of figuring out what are the things we're doing? How long do you have to do them to get a good answer, you know? And sort of how does that link back to our policies and plans?
But that does sound, though, a lot like where we've been. And which I don't think it's quite been good enough, because I think seeking some good faith commitments about the time frame for that decision space. Okay, we're going into this. We're going to study these questions. We're going to ask the right people and monitor the right things. But by Wednesday at 5, we're walking out of here with the decision, and we're all committed to that because. That yesterday, science it's not a fixed question. Science by nature changes every single day. So every day someone is going to be able to say, well, here's one more new thing. Or I met a guy.
Don't tell the board members that.
I don't even tell them they all have operated for 20 years. It's the culture of the board. It's like, hey, I met a guy at the bar last night and he said he read a study online said, oh, shit, well, we need to go have the modelers run a new model.
Yes.
And well, I'll take 18 months. Well, we want to be the best, so we should take that 18 months.
Well, and then at 18 months, it's, I don't like the way you ran that model.
I know, don't you want the best science? Well, we feel that's not possible. You've got to put your flag in the ground and have a commitment about. And that's been the most damaging thing, I think, to the organizational health here. I mean, a lot of good people had their life's work thrown in the garbage and been demoralized. Some of the best operators in the world in their field and felt devalued and humiliated, because of this lack of commitment to time certain outcomes. And there's a 10-year revision plan after that, so there'll be other looks. There'll be the next chance to be better.
I think part of that, especially the grasping of that, like the forests are very resilient. What we're doing in a year-to-year span across all of the ownership is percentages. We're affecting a percentage of the forest, like a small percentage. And that's the reason that we stop and reevaluate every 10 years. That commitment to the 10-year period, I think is very important to what Barrett's talking about, because there is a time to stop and go, okay, now let's reflect. Let's see about like our changes needed to be made. And I think that's important. But at the same point, trying to reevaluate every year is an unrealistic way of doing your job. And it's literally like if everybody thinks of their own day job, if every day you were to stop and say, let's reevaluate and figure out if I should actually be opening this email today or not, that'd be pretty hard to do your job. Forests are century-long jobs. They're not something that is going to be in probably any of our lifetimes, from start to finish on a stand. Or if they are, it's once, maybe twice in the scheme of our lifetimes. And so it's hard for just humans to grasp that that something has a longer lifespan than we do. But we've chosen that decade to go, we'll stop and reevaluate to see and maybe there are going to be times where we go, you know what, we were under harvested. We need to up our harvest. Or we were over harvesting. We need to drop our harvest a little bit. But there's adjustments that we can make in doing that and succeed. The stop and reevaluate every year. We just can't. When you make those titanic shifts, the operator pool that's trying to figure out how they're going to balance their jobs, they can't make that shift every year. We heard yesterday I had to make a $2 million investment in equipment. I can't then go back to him and go, never mind. It turns out we looked at this again and we're not going to do any of these things because he goes bankrupt at that point in time. And so I guess that's just the thing to remember as we go through these, like whether it's the floor, the house, the room, every day can't be, let's plan a new house. But that has been where we've been at.
Yeah.
We've been in the last decade has really been like, what if we move to a different state every day? And then we're trying to figure out if we put hardwood floors in when we're like, we're not sure if we're going to be here anymore. And it's been pretty difficult.
I played a big role in 2 forest management plans that died on the cutting room floor. And it was like some of the most demoralizing and demotivating work I've ever done in my life. So yeah, I hear you. Under the HCP, we've sort of pegged the monitoring so we have annual reporting requirements. And then we have these 5 and 10-year check-ins. It's a pretty good framework, and it might be a model for all the things that just are at the FMP level. And then the 1-year check-ins, it's mostly like the compliance monitoring piece, and it's like, yeah, we did all the things, or like, here are 2 ways we were out of compliance this year, and then we'll talk about that. Well, what happened there? Okay, don't do that again, right? The 5-year check-ins are sort of like, how are those bigger questions going? And there are opportunities to make adjustments, but like, it's pretty informal. So the service wouldn't say, stop this. They might say, hey, do you want to try it this way for the next 5 years and see what happens there? And so at 10 years, we come in and it's like, here's what we've been doing. What does everybody think? Do we need to change direction or not?
Does that direction switch work both ways?
Yeah, it does. It does. And so there are also opportunities to kind of say, hey, like we were just talking about this. So those pond turtles are still a topic of discussion.
Chased them all away yesterday.
And so it's one of the questions, we're not necessarily going down this road, but it was like, when you don't have a lot of certainty, you could say, all right, and at year 5, if this, then stop doing everything. Or if that, then do more, We're trying not to, that's just an example.
Really hard suspending disbelief on this.
Yes, stop doing anything. Keep trying.
Well, it's good to connect, good for everybody to connect all this conversation to the AOP public comment process. That's our kind of value moment today. It's just how to communicate these things. I think you guys have done a better job every year. I think this adjacency it's good to notice that this is another place you can get better. As far as just those notifications, I think that's common sense. But there are steps, I think that common sense steps you've made, and then there's still going to be some poor neighbor's backyard that goes away that you can never really expect to move them to a place of total acceptance. It's not possible. So knowing that, what's the best way to treat them, communicate.
Hop on that because I was thinking about our conversation before the meeting about some of the press, and then this conversation about public outreach, and then I was thinking so in my day job, I work around land use planning, and then I've also worked with groups that are interested in going before a city and telling them not to move a project forward. Right? And because I work in land use planning, I had all these citizens who had no idea about how you engage with an elected board or an appointed board to say, please don't do this project, because they're just like, I hate it. I just have to go before them and tell them that I hate it. And so those are some of the comments that you're getting citizens who are like, I hate this. You're going to cut down all the trees next to my property. And so one of the ways that you can look at it is through a land use planning. I'm just going to put this lens on it, because what you do is you say in land use planning, because this happens all the time, someone's like, don't build that building next to my house. You shouldn't be able to do that. Well, the fact of the matter is the guidelines that the city or county has says that they can. And it doesn't matter that that neighbor hates the project. Legally, they are allowed, the neighbor is allowed to build the building. Now, there is a process, and in Oregon and land use planning, the #1 goal is citizen engagement. So everybody gets to have a say, everybody gets to go before and write their letters. Margaret, I'm sure you get lots of letters. And that's the process, but that it doesn't mean that they stop the building. It means that maybe there's some things about the building that don't actually follow the ordinances. And so you point that out. And so it doesn't stop the project, it just changes the project. So it's actually following blah. And so I think one of the things for you to think about is to shift your perspective a little bit. And I know there's some pushback coming from the board of we have to listen to these folks. And I don't disagree with that, but you also have the right to do the work adjacent to these neighbors. And so and the other piece that you're bumping up against right now is this is all really new. And there's lots of neighbors that are now being impacted that weren't in the past. And so some time is going to have to go by and people are going to have to be like, I can go in and speak to this. And I can say, I don't like these places. And maybe they will point out things that the department will then say, oh, well, maybe we should make some small shifts, right? You guys do that all the time. But you don't have to, and so, because I feel like there's a real sense in the department of being caught between needing to do what you need to do for jobs and the industry and for the counties and for the department itself, and then these public comments that are coming in. And I would just encourage you guys to recognize that there's lots and lots of other spaces in the public sector where decision makers are just like, we hear you. And this is the thing that stakeholders hate, is when they're like, we hear you and we're doing it anyway because we have to and we can. And so I just wanted to speak to that.
Can you go talk to some board members?
Well, it's, and it's really difficult for appointed and elected officials to find the balance in this. But, in every local government jurisdiction that I work with, they're all, this is like public sector life. Like this conversation, I'm like, I see this every day. And so, but I just wanted to kind of, as someone who works in the public sector in a little bit of a different way, I just want to be like,
That's helpful for me.
this is just how it is, you guys. Like this just is public sector work. And part of the thing that you're bumping up against a lot right now is you're changing a lot of things and the public has woke up. And so you're rubbing there. And you have the right to manage the forests in the way that you have the board has decided and the staff have done the work. And so I'm going to go back to Garrett's point of having confidence in that and also being okay with people being angry and being frustrated and then being frustrated for a long time. Like I say, I've worked with citizens where that group did not get their way. But I was like, I knew from the beginning we were not going to get our way, but I was like, we might be able to change 2 things. And if I can change 2 things about this project, I will be happy. And so, the folks too that will be most helpful for you in the comments is the people who understand the underlying policy and can speak to you guys about those 2 things that you might be able to make a shift about, and then be able to walk away and be like, I'm still a little frustrated, but I got my small win and that's all I could get. And I knew it going in. Part of it is people don't understand that about this process. So I think I'm just saying that to kind of both encourage you guys to, yeah, exactly. Thank you, Margaret. Yes.
I'd love to pick up your thread there. It relates to, in my community, North Plains, in land use planning. They went through years of sound public process in town and made some decisions that were bound by statewide land use planning, ceilings, walls, and floors. And top level, the best city management in the state, top small town mayor in Oregon, voted a couple times. Well, the adjoining rural communities, like, whoa, what did you just decide? I hate that. And how they defended their process left them vulnerable. These neighbors who live nearby I found somebody with 100 grand, ran 4 city councilors and a mayor together and ruined the town. So right now we have a mayor and a majority board who are completely inexperienced. Put it that way. And I mean, it's comical. I mean, I'm not being partisan. It's comical and sad what's happened to the city now. So they had this moment where they could have maybe they could have expanded their outreach for public engagement outside the city. That it never occurred to them that very wealthy NIMBY people live just across the street might be able to blow everything up. And they could have maybe campaigned on the integrity of the process, messaged about what good news this is, this process that you might learn from it. If you just rely on self-confidence, you might find everybody is out of office next year and it's all gone very bad. So you guys have always done a pretty good job of trying to penetrate and reach out with notifications about public engagement opportunities. But advertising, along with that, advertise. Look at the great process that's got us here so far. Look at what this is. Look at this win we just got. This is a good news story compared to where we, with the HCP, what this resolved for us. Anyway, it can go bad.
So I very much appreciate both your comments. I think it's also important to remember, especially for some of the more rural districts, it's not a government official who doesn't see the people that are necessarily there. These are very small communities. In a lot of these communities, we have family members, relatives, best friends, schoolmates. When you have a road system that has 12 people on it, I probably personally know all 12 of those people. I delivered firewood to them when I was younger. I grew up with their children. And so it's a very personal thing for these smaller rural communities. It's not necessarily the same as it is in some of the bigger cities, where you're making decisions, but you don't necessarily know the faces. You very much know the faces that are displayed. When you see them on the screen or you see them in person or in print, these are people that you grew up your entire life with, and we've had flexibility in the past to try to just lower some of the impact, and that flexibility is gone now. And that's harder, but it's a thing. It's a rule that we have to follow. And so, like I was saying earlier, for me, the house structure may make it easy for other people to understand. For me, it's all rules. That's something I have to do. And so I have to stay between these walls. So be it. That's the rules that I have to follow. I don't have to like them. I have to disagree and commit. And so that's just where I'm at. And so it is very difficult for our district staff who are out working with these people every day, because, they grew up with them. They may have went to church with them 2 days prior. And so it's very personal for our staff. And it makes it very difficult, when we hear, some of the pushback on it, when, we know that we're going to have to, the field staff might not necessarily have any say in what that policy was. Mm-hmm. That policy was given to them, but there's friendships ruined because they're implementing the policies that they've been given.
None of that is reflected in those articles you've read either. That's a really important point. And those be like those names mentioned in there are those relationships, right? And it's not like, it's not fair. And these guys are doing their best to just hold their tongue with their own opinions on all these things, right? And how we got here. So there's a real challenge there and a real responsibility, I think, at the division and the agency level and the board level to be cognizant of that and to support them better.
Just to speak to Derek, I think all of us have relationships across, and you don't have to be in a small community not to have, intimate relationships or close relationships. And as a former government worker, your role is for the greater good. And I mean, that's the way it is. And I don't mean to, but, to assume that even in North Plains, I actually have a horse in North Plains, so I know that story I just heard. And I can say that I know some of the people that were behind that piece. And I don't even live there. So I guess I just want to, this is a government organization. It's not a private sector organization. So it does have other responsibilities, greater responsibilities to the whole state. And that makes it much harder. I get it, and much more complicated.
And for you guys communicating, I just want to remind, I think probably half of you will remember these presentations, some of the most effective presentations I've ever seen, the most disarming presentations I've ever seen were basin up the Wilson around Cedar Creek Forest Center, where you start with a map, a plain old map. And everybody says, oh yeah, look at all that wood, or look at all, just go do this, just lock this up and just start adding overlays. So you just got a PDF layer with 25 layers. So you just start turning them on, constraint, and everyone's going, yeah, okay, yeah. High landslide hazard areas, yeah. Salmon acre habitat, yeah, I like that. There's a recreation resource, we all like that. But pretty soon, it's just getting blacker. Pretty soon, black. Here's your decision space, and everyone's like,
I was gonna say that Derek does that with us every year.
One of those days, like, that's gonna be great, right? And it's like,
it's like
we got here or here. We got none. It's like,
well, and Dusty says, well, this is bullshit. This is gonna check out. Well, this is why we're here. This is it's just not that you don't get to hang on to your prejudices so tightly once you go through that process.
mm-hmm.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think that we are soon going to face one of the most important decisions. Not necessarily, I wish we had some greater input in this as to who is going to be the state forester. And I think that's going to have an impact on all of this morning's discussion. I don't think that we get to, as the State Forest Advisory Committee, do we get to chime in on that and give our ask the Board of Forestry, give them our opinions on what that state forester what their skills should be, do we have any opportunity to do that? Because I think that's really extremely important to the future of our forests.
Articulated aspect, desired attributes for the state forester.
So I have a couple of thoughts around that, just for discussion. One is a reminder that we speak to implementation and not to policy. So we would have if we chose to do anything, it would have to be grounded in the idea of implementation
I mean.
I hear you, Margaret. And it's just a reminder.
Right.
It's, whenever we
Right.
talk about going before the board, it's just kind of where I ground myself,
Yeah.
make sure we're staying in our lane.
Mhm.
And then, the other piece would be there have been instances in the past, although I think when they have occurred, it's been because the board has asked for our input, where we've drafted letters that provide the diverse perspectives of committee members. Some of those some parts of those letters where everyone's in agreement, and then here's some additional thoughts, and some of it was like, here's differences of opinion for you to take into account if you'd like to, right? And so that could be a place where we could talk about doing that. But I don't have like, it would have to come from the committee, I think, and then we could work on something. Well, anything that came from us, I'm saying, would need to be something that committee members would need to, in general, be supportive of doing, right?
Yeah.
Like broadly across the committee.
In this case, because of the sensitivity, which is, to be specific, the value of this committee is because it's implementation, because we don't threaten to down one policy that would kind of blow us up a bit. So, but if somehow through the board, they saw value in receiving that, and asking for it.
Yeah. Well, kept it as simple as State Forest Division is important, and please keep this at the top of your priority list when implementing, making sure policies are implementable and sustainable. You can stay at a high level, provide, I don't know what value that provides to the board when they're making that selection, if they're actually the people making the selection. I did get a call from a county commissioner last night saying that the CFTLC won't be allowed to provide any input into that process.
Yes, that's the message that we have been given. But that was not necessarily a board decision that I know of, unless they had a meeting.
It was a characterized to me that was the chair's.
Right, it was the chair's decision. If you watch. What was that acronym?
County that Trust Forest Lands.
Council of Forest Trust Lands.
So it's the bigger.
If you listen to the May 10th meeting that the Board of Forestry had, this one.
I don't think I live in a county that's in that.
You don't think what?
I think the county that I live in is not a part of that.
You're in
Josephine.
Yeah, I think we're all TSO, CSFO down there, that's all we have.
I'm in a different subset.
Right, there are 15 counties that are part of that. Most of them up here.
What is that, like, appearance of impropriety or something? What's the rationale there?
I didn't hear. That's not your fault.
Like, we know what they think, it seems weird.
What
Sorry,
what the Board of Forestry was considering doing was having, not just them make the decision, but have a review board committee made up of other representatives outside the Board of Forestry. And when the Council of Forest Trust Lands asked if we could be part of that, then the chair said no, that the board's going to make the decision now. That's all I know.
That's, yeah, in the past, if I recall, the FTLAC commented, they were listened to about their opinion about the board, but they weren't, this question of being part of a work group, that's a bigger question. Selection work group outside the board, that's a bigger. Yeah, that would be tough to.
Now, one thing I mentioned to Denise this morning, and so as we get to this fiscal 26 and the AOPs and the role of SBAC you know, I can't help but pull up and what the good work we saw yesterday, but I can't help but pull up that article here yesterday. State forestry officials face backlash over Astoria timber sales. Board member resigns in the wake. And then it states a year-long communication breakdown between concerned residents and state forestry leaders required an investigation and halted one state pizza. You know, what the board reads are these articles, and then what they hear as part of public comment are our neighbors, and they've heard that over the last year. So this started at the June 2024 board meeting related to a AOP fiscal 25 to timber sales, and now fiscal 26, and hence one we chose to drop this year. But in my mind, if there's, you know, again, if SFAC felt strongly of providing any public comment, it could be related to some of the work that we've been doing around our, you know, communication with the committee focused on the AOP. You know, one challenge with this public comment, and this the way it was characterized, is we are changing the rules this year because we believe where we're going is more durable and better for the critters, just like Lisa said. But in then changing the rules, we've got a number of folks wanting to contest some of these older stands that are now, the rules changed. Those were set aside for older forests. They're no longer in that under the new rule system. And we're getting some challenged there. So anyway, in my head, had a good conversation with Barrett on the drive up about how we get the narrative of the good work we do out there. I saw the good work yesterday, but ultimately that isn't what gets portrayed within the last year.
So we didn't have the press with us yesterday.
It's unfortunate that the board doesn't defend its own work more vigorously.
That's the rub. It's like the department can't go before the board and say all of these reports are lies. You know, there's just a structural problem getting the information across the strata between these stratified groups. If I'm not mistaken, there was an effort to get more attendance on that tour yesterday. Mm-hmm. From among those who are most upset, and they just chose not to come.
Oh,
I would document that and provide that feedback, Nick.
Yeah.
Helps the cake.
So yeah, I've been talking to, like I said, I took 10 or 12 people from several environmental organizations out last fall. Greg was there. And we're talking again about getting out to some of these mature sales, having a hard time like making it work. And I said, hey, come out on this back. And they said, no. So, yeah, so we're still talking about the mature sales.
But the board, in a sense, they're just citizens. They're people, and they can be just disconnected from, they don't get the deep dives we get on SFAC. They're much less deep than we get, frankly, in a sense, you know. And so when Don's up there sitting before the board, you can't go on a big rant defending me. It's hard politically for him to say certain things, for any staff person to say anything, but yes, please, may I have another? So, yeah, are there ways to communicate that might include the board?
So are there ways is there a way to communicate what we experienced yesterday to the board? Send a report from SFAC about, did somebody take pictures? I hope nobody took a picture of me crawling over the wall. Although that might be, you know.
That's the lady from our public affairs.
Yeah, what's there?
she took some pictures. I took a couple of pictures as well.
I mean, I think that would be an amazing report that if somebody could.
So before the meeting, Dawn had said, at the June meeting, there could be, or it could just be during public comment, and it could just be, just want to remind all of the board that this committee exists, and it's filled with people with very diverse perspectives, and that we meet, at least 3 times a year. We had this tour in May. That's absolutely something I could do. I don't think there's,
Get
I don't
on
think there's
the board's agenda to show some.
I don't know why not, but I don't know the rules, but I think so, right? I don't know anything that would preclude it. I'm looking around, Dana.
No, well, would you be the AT person, just whether you, Don or Mike?
Yeah.
Connecting with Kate, but it's gotta get in soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can also make a public comment.
Right.
Oh, that's
We can't only have 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So everybody could do a public comment and we could.
well, no, there could be a public comment, and there could also be a letter that's a little bit longer that could explore some of these topics. So then, because that's what happens in public comment all the time.
Right.
You submit your 4-page letter and you speak for 3 paragraphs.
We've explored this question of having an SBAC 15-minute presentation,
Right.
but it always came back to the difficulty of having a unified community message that wouldn't damage our effectiveness here as a group, especially with the FDLAC's concern about statutory input to the board. We're not authorized by statute to advise the board. So
But informational.
yeah.
A citizen,
But it's
like
a citizen.
citizens from SBAC, so could go and say, I'm speaking as a citizen and as an SBAC member, and I just want you to know about the committee.
Yeah, and I could say, as a committee member, I'd like to reflect what I hear, what I've seen, what my colleagues have said and heard, not speaking for the committee.
Right.
I should clear up, for the record, the board members work a lot harder at this than I do. There's way more on their shoulders. No disrespect to them about their depth of knowledge. It's just, they just aren't in the weeds like we are.
Right.
So these things,
Sure. I could put together something. I have photos and with the agenda and some other notes, if that's okay. If that's permissible.
That would be great. And then if you want, you could send it to me and I could make sure that all committee members get a chance to review it. This is what we've done in the past, and provide any comment or feedback. And so then it would be something that everyone would see. Everyone would say, hey, can you add, I have a perspective here. Could you just add it here? And then everyone would have a chance to provide input, and it would be a broader letter with diverse perspectives, if there are diverse perspectives around it, but it's capturing everyone's opinions, and it's not it will be as unified or as not as it ends up being. Kind of like all stakeholder groups.
I will say, and this isn't a pitch for any specific candidate or pointing fingers at past folks on the board or state foresters, but Kate Skinner knows our business. Kate Skinner knows state forests. She's an advocate for state forests, and she's able to talk to the board about these issues that we're talking about right now, sort of public relations. It's hard to get some of those folks to do what we ask. I mean, frankly, to sort of the board is.
So is Kate on the board now?
No, Kate's our
Yeah, I know.
state forester, and so she has a direct line to them, and they talk frequently, and she's been sort of trying to address this issue, and she's a good person to have in that role. And so hopefully, a lot of this stuff kind of blew up before she was in that role. So hopefully we start to see some dividends from that. But it's been a real challenge because we're not necessarily getting through, and we're getting direction to do, that's based on that, the loudest voices in the room. So.
Dan's got
Yeah,
stand up.
go ahead.
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you. I wanted to know who was speaking to who said, to send the picture to them. I took a couple myself yesterday.
Dan, that was me, Brad, Captain.
Oh, Brad. Hi, Brad. Okay, Brad, I'll send it to you. And then, I just want to throw this out because we're talking about this, meeting people where they're at. We did have this meeting on a Thursday during work hours, and I'm just wondering how many folks would actually like to attend our tours, but just aren't able to because they can't get daycare, they have a job, they have other commitments. So something for this committee to think about is maybe having, and I don't want to burden folks who've already worked long hours during the week, but perhaps we can make some arrangements where we do some over the weekend kind of tours that might get more people there. And I'll do anything that I can to help out to get the word out to folks. It was a great day yesterday. We saw a lot of things that, I hadn't seen before, and it was good to see those things on the ground.
Thanks, Dan. All right, well, I think it's time for a break. This has been a really great conversation. So let's take around 15 minutes. So we'll start at 10 till. And then we'll see if there's anything left with this discussion. And then at 11, we're supposed to move into the performance measures. So we'll just, yeah. We'll see you guys. We'll see everyone at 10 till.
I know I went home, I laid down on the couch and I fell asleep and I awakened.
Everybody, we're back. Let's get started. I want to just check in and make sure there's any other.
You know, they really.
Yeah, stuff our pockets.
Right, but we can, kind of casually.
All right, so before we move on to the performance measures, I just wanted to check in. Anyone have any other AOP thoughts or comments that came up during the break? That was a really great conversation, by the way. Thank you, everyone, for engaging in it. I'm glad we had put time for it. So, good job on giving us some time on the agenda.
As far as that analogy of the house with the roof, I mean, spruce, I guess, doesn't make a good hardwood floor. It's, yeah, I know, but it's just fun to tease that out of that analogy. And also, yeah, the piece of yesterday's tour that I was sharing with Nessa, that there's a frugality that I don't think that people know that ODF could share as a point, like to say, look, some of it's like tax funded or lottery funded, or but we're making sure that we, as a practice, like we don't spend more money than we have to repair that road, so we can do something ultimately that was more cost effective. I don't know, as a taxpayer, those are the kind of things that I look at and say, more of that. But people won't know because they're not on the tour and they don't see it. But I don't think that has anything to do with HCP, unfortunately. So taking it out of context of what we're talking about, but just in general, as an organization, that you could share that that you're frugal with the money that you do have. This goes a long way with some of us. And the beavers.
I think a big part of that is that primarily, like Nick was saying, we're self-funded. So if we're not frugal, then we're gonna lose our jobs. So it's a big focus. And I can speak for a lot of the department, and it is a critical thing that we look at for all of those sales to see like where do we have to spend money? Where do we not have to spend money? And it absolutely factors into a lot of the decisions we make because of that direct tie to our own finances. Unlike, I would argue, virtually any other state agency, if we start to deviate from that and then start to spend our finances poorly, we see the result ourselves. And so it's a unique thing that the department has that a lot of other state agencies don't. But and I honestly think it's a really good thing because it grounds us a lot to make sure that we don't lose perspective.
Yeah, I don't want to see it before the HCP impact that, like, just as a cultural piece of being an ODF agency employee, that you are self-sustaining.
Thank you. Any other comments? Anyone on any SPAC members online have any final comments around the ALP? All right, Nick can lead us through the performance measures.
It's a smart thing. Okay, so gonna spend a little time talking about the performance measures and these are for the FNP. These are the board's measures of whether we're achieving greatest permanent value, or the way that they evaluate it through time, right? And we've talked about them before. We've brought them to you guys before and sort of present. Tyson was here saying, here they are, and here's each measure and the associated little sub-metrics. And we sent out a survey, which several folks on SPAC filled out, a few board members, and Mike Wilson, which I wasn't sure why he was in there, but he is. So we have results from those, and I'll show those to you guys today, and then we can kind of talk through that. We can talk through the measures themselves, and I have a couple questions for you all to think about. So previous versions, I'm just kind of going off Tyson's notes here. The previous versions, we used to have performance measures for the plan. We used to provide reports on them from 07 to 13. And then in the downturn, they kind of fell apart. We had these key performance measures or metrics that we're accountable to the legislature for, but those are essentially the only things we report now under the current forest management plan. Part of that was the cost inherent in doing the work. And so, as I said, when we hit the downturn, we dissolved that whole unit to save money and to not spend the money on those monitoring questions related to those performance measures. So moving forward, one of the watch-outs for us was how do we sort of piggyback these measures to things we're already measuring so that we don't run into this problem again. And so most of them are tied to, you know, our forest inventory or things we're doing under the HCP and to asset management. I think I could share. I'm trying to figure out how to share and still see my notes, and I don't know how to do that.
You've been there.
It's not allowed, but that's okay. I might just show you guys my notes because they're just feedback from everybody. Just ways. So how do I get this little thing to do the thing where it shows me the notes?
Where it should run so much.
I think you
You have them present on you.
You don't open any Teams.
Yeah. Don't open it in Teams.
And go to slideshow.
Oh, look at that.
Isn't there a totally wrong round?
Hold on, give me a minute for being stupid.
Call your daughter, Derek.
I should have this queued up already. Maybe this one doesn't have that.
It needs to be showing up on that kind of scale.
All right, that's okay. We'll wait. Take me back up. Okay. So, yeah, like I said, Mike responded, the 3 members from Board of Forestry, 8 members from SFAC. We kind of took those and just kicked out an average score on a scale of 1 to 5. You'll see they're not like all that meaningful, but it does kind of show sort of the relative that how this group values each of these things. And it's not, there were differences among respondents. So looking at the raw data, like the vast majority of people responded between 3 and 5 on everything, which was interesting because regardless of their of people's affiliations or constituencies, like they kind of value all sides of the equation. As you'll see, in a few cases, people threw out 1s and 2s and that dragged numbers down a little bit, but there's really only one metric that pops out as like not particularly valued. You'll see when we get there. So you know what I could do? Actually, give me a second. Get the right thing up here. You're all staring at that screen still. Good. That's excellent. Here. We're not in a rush to get out of here, are we?
Does that say notes at the bottom there?
It does, but I can't get it to come up. Oh, we'll get there. Okay. Back to the right screen, please. There we go. Okay, so the first performance measure is the adaptive capacity of the forest. And this was really how do we get at, are we promoting resilient forests through time? Like the words are kind of used interchange. When people talk about resilience, they talk about the adaptive capacity of the forest. And with the notion there being, obviously, if you have higher capacity, then you're better able to adapt to change through time, right? So we took that as the performance measure for the board. And then, you know, how do you measure that? And these are these component metrics below. What else? Oh, and all of these are, well, most of these are readily extracted from our inventory. So that, again, sort of thinking about cost-effective measures. And as you can see, like a lot of stuff generally across all these measures score somewhere between 4 and 5, indicating most people value them. Things generally tend to score similarly. This one was a little
surprised, Nick, the growth isn't in there.
I think it is.
It's tree response, says Crow.
And interestingly, like people for some reason scored that lower than other things.
Yeah, well, but if you read it, I mean, it's really in context of climate change versus a vigorous and productive forest.
How would you know that? Yeah.
I don't know how the
How
question.
do you know that the tree response was to climate change and not to other factors?
Right, and I don't know how the question was formulated, so I can't say. Point taken, then I can circle back with Mike and Tyson on that. Which actually may explain why that scored so low, which I thought was a little bit surprising. Not like, I don't know, not placing values on it myself, but it does seem like a meaningful metric. I'll jump real quick, bear with me, because I copied out all the comments that I thought were most significant. Oh, you guys can't read that. So feedback from folks, one that somebody repeated throughout several was like, yeah, great, but report those at multiple spatial scales. So, you know, what's occurring kind of at the stand level versus the watershed versus, you know, district or whatever. Growth rate of the forest is a metric that would help show health and adaptive capacity, was another comment. So clearly folks are like something was wrong with the structuring of that question. Benefits of old forest structure and performance are obvious. But we hope you'll search for metrics that quantify tree age, old, or old growth. Okay, so sort of, you hope you avoid searching for metrics. So sort of like anchor into structure, don't anchor into age. And there seem to be some metrics missing for forest health, such as soil health, lichen communities, and vegetation. So that's for this one down here, forest health. Aquatic and riparian resources. These are the sub-metrics or component metrics rather. You know, again, everything kind of between 4 and 5. Sorry, Vanessa, that beaver effects on aquatic conditions were valued lower than some of these others.
So 4. Might is going higher.
Yeah, we need to resurvey.
So you're the one.
But like, yes, aquatic. It's good. And one of the themes I think you'll see as we move through these there wasn't a lot of like resistance, or maybe with the exception of that one, lack of clarity around what we're asking for. So in general, we seem to be hearing like, yeah, those are good. We still want to hear, like we haven't heard any of them are wrong. We still kind of want to hear other things we're missing. And like Amanda has talked about that for a while. It may be reflected here or not. But we're getting pretty close to some, yeah. Go ahead.
Nick, I would think like, why don't we have acres of forested wetlands, for example? Like that's more of a forest scale, and that would take into consideration beavers, frogs, you know, like if you're changing, especially within the HCP, you know, you're changing those structures, aren't we going to get more forested wetlands? I mean, I don't know. Are we? Or is just the habitat going to improve? I mean, that's my question when I look at these monitoring. Are we going to just get better, or are we going to get more?
Yeah.
So forested wetlands, for example, very small habitat spatially across the landscape. We've lost a lot of forested wetlands, and that to me would be important for you know the public realm to maybe increase those, because we don't, you know, we've taken them off the private timberlands and all the landscapes that have houses on them. So that's just a thought,
Yeah.
but I'm no monitoring
Well,
expert.
I hadn't even thought of it, is what my response, like, wow, I hadn't even thought about the wetland component of the aquatic restoration activities. So I don't have a good answer, but.
Well, I would argue to increase the wetland footprint would ultimately be tied to
Beavers, right, that's true, yeah.
I don't know how much it'll change over time. We
Yeah.
have the, our riparian conservation areas where we set aside, like, this is how many acres we have, which is a significant,
Uh-huh.
but
No, not back, not
acreage.
forward.
But I don't know how much
The opposite of the other.
for a,
Potential there is.
yeah, well, I mean, once we set it, like, for instance, if we have 120-foot buffers on our type F streams, that will constitute a lot of acres. But given year 1 versus year 7, in theory, those are the same number, because we always have the same riparian conservation areas every year moving forward. And so, like, I do think it's very important to talk about how much of that is present on ODF ownership. But if the goal is to increase that every year, we're
I
doing
didn't
less
say
digging
that.
new streams.
Yeah.
And so that number would essentially be the same. So if this is what we're at as a monitoring piece, it's like that number stays the same.
Sure.
But it is good for us to take credit for it.
Yeah, what's implicit in beaver effects though on aquatic conditions, like, because we're monitoring habitat, right? We're doing like habitat surveys through time, I believe, in stream.
Right, so yeah, it would come back to present, so potential for influencing not only beaver presence in the aquatic areas, but also with that, the damming-based behavioral response. And so I'm thinking to what our commitments are in the aquatic conservation strategy. And so there's potential through the additional stream habitat enhancement projects, especially because we did incorporate some beaver element in the HCP, that areas where we know that there is a history of beaver use, and there's a limiting factor, let's say, and it just so happens that stream segment overlaps like high intrinsic potential for co, which is one of the covered species. And that's an area where we could totally work towards increasing wetland habitat and trying to promote longer term occupancy of beaver in that specific site. So that's where you'll be able to have an increase in habitat there.
The framing of these is fundamentally different than the previous forest management plan, where the overarching goal was properly functioning aquatics.
Right.
And then you tier down, drilling down more specific as you get through there. This is it may not be a bad thing, but it's very mechanically oriented to the HCP. The water temperature one, we've already hammered out. The cold water standard has been empirically proven with the Ripstream study.
Yeah.
And not having read the newest draft of the HCP, I'm not sure there's a cold water standard requirement in there.
Exceed moderate temperature beyond some threshold.
So the way these are framed up aren't necessarily framed up to that feedback loop to the plan, do, check, act. What is the overarching, you want properly functioning aquatics. What are those elements of that are or are not working?
Right. This doesn't fully answer your questions, but sort of the next steps, and we'll get to this later, is now what do we want out of these things? So we're doing these things under the HCP. And so it was like fold the things we're already counting rather than create new things that are currently unfunded. Next question is, what are these? Are they targets? Are they thresholds? Like, what is it that the board wants to see around each of these metrics? And in a lot of the cases, the case we're making is just that they adaptive capacity being a better example. No, they're not targets. their thresholds or their trends. And so for adaptive capacity, and this was from conversations with Klaus Putnam, he was like, you should just be able to show that over time, your things are going up. You're increasing adaptive capacity, however you choose to measure it. You should just show that, yeah, year over year or a time period of consideration, it has increased. If it's decreased, that's meaningful. So we're not necessarily saying hit a number, or if you go over this number, that we're saying just track that trend through time with the expectation that it be positive or negative, depending on what it is.
Assuming your assumption is correct.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
What about the question of the kind of touching on Derek's question, but your the feedback loop? To what extent are these need to be connected to action, to management decision choices? I mean, if you're measuring to measure or measuring to act differently.
Both. Well, yeah, that gets back to adaptive management, and to me, that's policy construct, right? If it's compliance monitoring, that's operational. If it's, and then I'm not sure where implementation monitoring falls into.
You guys are definitely tracking where we're heading with this conversation, because yeah, I mean, one of the questions we have, because it's as yet undetermined, so where do these live? Do they live in the forest and it's still a question for the board. In the forest management plan, do they live in an adaptive management plan, or do they live in the IPs, which has some real advantages in terms of, the board desiring accountability that's time bound. It's like, okay, well, here's what we're going to achieve over an IP. And then we can check back in at the end and say, did you achieve it or not? And why, right? So if the assumptions are wrong, it's like, hey, our assumptions are wrong. Here's why, and so that's the conversation, right? So that's still kind of all in the mix now. And then the thought was when they give us some guidance for what they'd like the forest outside of habitat conservation areas to look like in terms of, kind of rotation age and approach to timber production. We'll go back, model that, and provide outputs for each of these component metrics that then gives them ability to see where's that plan land and how's that predicting it changes over time on these things. Does that meet GPV? How do we then determine what's our measure of success for each of these, et cetera? And then it populates, or that informs our next board meeting.
What I was getting at is what I've seen with performance measures is they can tend to be a second bite at the apple at what I'm interested in. That doesn't necessarily connect to the current constraints and our planning constraints or whatever. The argument, that structured these goals and your actions. But there could be something I'm still interested in and I couldn't get in, but I said I want this measured. This I don't want to call it a performance measure, even though it's not going to change your action. I just would want to keep a division between what you're measuring that you should be accountable to versus measuring interesting, valuable statistics.
Yeah. And there's probably going to frustrate everybody, and I agree with your frustration. So these are the board's measures, right? That doesn't preclude there being other things out there that we're also monitoring and measuring or being accountable to within the context of the implementation plans. I mean, there's certainly, this doesn't cover all the things we're doing under the HCP, not by a long shot. But then there's additional things. So just because the board's focused on this and the HCP requires that, well, if there are if the public at large is interested in these three other things, then we have to figure out how to look at those too and incorporate those into
Have them send you a check to do it. I mean, you can find an infinite list of things people want you to look at, but that's part of the problem.
Well, to what extent do we need to be responsive to that?
Yeah, that's it. How come you're not performing in business?
Yes.
Well, so the performance measures are a way for the Board of Forestry to know that their policy is meeting their vision of how forests are to be managed in a policy construct.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about at the FMP level.
If their policy or the implementation of their policy.
Well, and then, but the policy, the adaptive management, the way I understand it, is to feedback to make sure their policy, they're starting off with a set of assumptions or a set of known variables and assumptions about those known variables, and say, go forth and do these actions, manage your forest with alignment with these principles. They want to feedback to that policy through adaptive management. Their assumptions might have been wrong, the variables have changed, and they would re-articulate that within the policy framework. If we start bleeding those into, now you can harvest data out of the IPs because you got a 10-year gathering of data that can feed back to the FMP. But you want to be careful to not turn those performance measures that are FMP performance measures into IP cudgels.
Yeah.
Which we've had happen in the past. Or the next board doesn't take ownership of those performance measures like we've had happen in the past where I don't really care about the PMs. So I think it's gonna be super important how those are framed up. And if there's bleed over within the hierarchy of policy, FMP, IP, AOP, that those are clearly articulated what the sideboards are on that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that because we've never done any of this in the 13 years I've been here. But I think my thought had been when you're reporting in on that, the end of an IP, it wouldn't, whatever they're finding that they don't like, you don't go reopen the FMP, you set some new goals under the next.
It's a chance to test your hypothesis. Were your assumptions correct? Yes. And then you go and check that.
Right.
But as science always checks its own assumptions, all of a sudden it's 5 degrees warmer.
Right.
Or the big one hit and half of Clatsop County is in the ocean. Things change. It's going to be important because they've made a lot of assumptions with this FMP and HCP.
Mm-hmm.
We went to an HCP in 2001. We had 11 house sites in this district. We're down to 2 with 6 years of vacancy. A lot of assumptions made with that HCP that aren't valid today. That was 20 years ago. So it's going to be just as important to check their own assumptions before they just start checking the metrics that spit out the back end after 10 years of implementing it, and then want to blame the implementers versus was the policy right?
Yeah.
So are you saying that you all don't have any, you don't give an opinion? Staff doesn't give an opinion on
why
measures?
Well, objective.
Objectively, you give an opinion.
Yeah, for like me, for example, objectively, I'm going to provide input. But my subjective personal opinion totally differ.
Right. Well, I'm as a scientist, as a mammalian scientist, objectively, you should be the expert in the room, and they should listen to you objectively. And that happens. I mean, I'm just making sure that happens.
Some board members, some boards, yeah. I mean, of late, that's actually been a little bit of an issue where it's like an expert. It's like you're talking to the expert. It's like not necessarily me, but it's like, I believe we are the experts. I mean, our board doesn't necessarily perceive us that way sometimes.
Yeah.
I do. I'm brutally honest with them. Sometimes, that great personal risk. I think Dan is too.
I was just gonna say that, thinking about our conversation yesterday, it's like, for me, it comes back to define what an expert is. So if we're thinking about existing habitat conditions, ways we can manage them to achieve a certain goal, like it's nothing to harp on like academics or scientists or subject matter experts, but in some ways, yes, they'll be very knowledgeable about a specific subject relative to certain conditions and situations. But at the same time, I would argue Dan is an expert who knows the district like the back of his hand and can tell you about all these different stands and what their history was and how they respond to different disturbances. So for me, I find a lot of value in that. You don't have to have the letters PhD behind your name, right, to be considered an expert in my mind.
Yeah. I stressed it a little bit on the tour yesterday, but, my career, well, I've worked 25 years, primarily in the block of timber where we were at yesterday. I have done more silviculture to promote habitat in that basin than I would argue most research scientists have. I have more on the ground experience in my 25 years promoting and building habitats in the areas that we're talking about than most people that are writing dissertations on it. We built, there's about 70,000 acres out there that we have built over the last 30 years.
I'd second that because nobody else does it. There were a few experimental studies that we're still pulling data from, but those studies aren't ongoing. And most forest managers aren't doing the things that we're doing.
I think drilling down on that, Derek, I think it's the observational experience. You've been performing the experiment for 25 years of watching the response or lack of responses. And that's the very unique place you're in.
Mm-hmm. Right, because a lot of, especially applied science, is short-term based, so snapshots in time. And now we're trying to take a plan, implement it for 70 years, do trend-based analysis. And right now we're talking about adjustments at the 10-year interval. And as a scientist, I would argue at a certain point, we got to offer flexibility, patience to wait for things to play out. Because if you hit your 10 and you overcorrect, for all you know, whatever the trend was or the subject you were studying, there's a lag effect. So it might have been implemented in year 5, but to truly see the positive piece of that trend play out is going to take additional time. So within that, I would argue, like I said, flexibility, which kind of probably ties back to what's his bucket from OT you mentioned. Plus, you said like noting trends over time, both positive and when they become.
Right. That's a simple question, Nick. We have an HCP for 17 species. Hopefully we'll say 17. Where do we get to the point where we say, oh, this is working or not working? We're talking about the elements that go into those habitats. But at some point, is there a population response that we need to have or we regroup quickly? Owls would be a big one. We're not in terrestrials yet, but
yeah. You won't like the answer for owls, but yes, because a lot of the assumptions there are pegged to barred owl removal being effective. And so for that barred owl removal program, yes, we're going to check in. 10 years is a little short, but at 20 years, we're going to have some hard questions.
But a success isn't I've killed 500,000 barred owls.
No,
Success is I have 13 green owls out there.
No, exactly. Because if we're spending, at that point, we will have spent several $1 million trying to get barred owls off our landscape. And if it's not working, right, demonstrably anywhere, then why are we still spending this money, right? So yeah, there are ways that they're built in, but like for now,
ways they're built in.
Within the HCP, it says that we will evaluate, we will, assess whether spotted owl response, etc. But then it says If it's not, we'll take that money and contribute to captive breeding.
Well,
structures.
within this adaptive management framework, back to the board and its assumptions on the FNP, if you don't build something, hey, 10 years from now, and we still don't have any spotted owls on this district, and we've got the ITP and we've shot umpteen spotted owls, and there's still no response, I would think the board would want to know that, is this the right ESA compliance tool?
Right.
Yeah.
It's like building an off-ramp. So if it doesn't.
Right.
And that's independent of the HCP agreement with the services.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have anything formalized there yet, right? But again, like those data will be available and we're going to be having, annual and 5 and 10 year conversations with the services about them. Probably have to bring those same conversations to the board. I don't know how we.
The board's the landowner.
Right.
They should be driving that conversation with the services.
Well, they're the services that can permit it, sure.
Yeah, but you don't have to have an ITP. You can decide you don't want it.
Right.
And follow the ESA through other measures.
Yeah.
You can't decide that. You can't decide which.
Well, if the owl is extirpated off the landscape, you might decide that HCP is too expensive.
Yeah, but I mean, I just mean to say it would be impractical.
You might have to mitigate for the take that you've already done as well. So you made an agreement, you can cut all this habitat on some assumptions. And then you say, I don't want the H. We're not going to do the things we committed to, but we already cut the habitat. That's a tricky scenario to land in. That's called the old bait and switch.
But also treating the covered species, especially the terrestrial ones, as they're exclusive to each other. With spotted owl habitat overlap, you also have millet habitat overlap, in addition to retrieval habitat overlap. So spotted owl aside, now you've still got to contend with the other species.
I'm agreeing. I don't disagree with you that there has to be a real world feedback loop. You can't just mean, the owls don't respond. That means you're not doing enough.
Well, I'm pretty out of line, but I was a board member and responsible for 650,000 acres, picked a very expensive way to comply with the ESA. I would want to know if it's working or not.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And yeah, they have the ability to say, we don't want to do this anymore. It's not as easy as like, okay, well then, go back to take avoidance. There's some accounting to be done if you make that decision. But yeah, we can make that decision at that point.
And I just think having this feed into that information flow seems to be missing. Is the HCP actually working versus we've got a piece of paper so we won't get sued by the services?
It's a good point.
I have heard that that philosophy probably does need to be debunked, or at least called. Question needs to be called. If there's not a response, does that always mean you're doing it wrong, or does it mean it's too complex for us to solve?
Or we've gone past the point.
Yeah, or I've heard people, very well-respected people, say that if we get the temperature in the water to this many degrees Celsius, all the salmon will come back tomorrow. That's a fact. It's a very complex system, and it might not be that simple. So if the board engaged them with that question and a conclusion like this isn't working, that could be part of the dialogue with the services. Still may be a dialogue.
I haven't even thought about board supervision of the HCP.
Well, supervision, yeah, engagement,
oversight.
Yeah.
Well, think of them as a landlord. Yeah, if you want a different analogy, I mean, they're the ones who vote on it and decide to adopt these different tools.
Right.
Thinking steward.
That'll work.
I think what Dan is trying to point to is they're making decisions on to move forward and have made a decision to move forward based on the premise that if we don't do this, this will fail. And then if it fails anyway, was it worth the bill? because there is a bill. We actually don't know if any of this will be successful, but we are very aware of the bill. Yeah. And so the bill is in front of us. And I think that's what Dan's kind of pointing at is if decisions were made based on a assumption of a hard line, is their way to cover it. But that's sort of an aside from anything that we would look at as far as the rest. I mean, that's a philosophical question. That's probably not the scope and scale of today's meeting.
And the reality is like the division, like we all will be very focused on that. If it's not working and I would assume would message that up the line.
About.
So can't start.
Oh, hi, sorry, I'm sorry.
Quickly, let me go to the couple comments there that I thought, again, same person made a comment about spatial scales. Just spatial and temporal scales need to be provided, presumably in the plan. Stream reach, fish versus non-fish, and subwatersheds and watershed scales at minimum with frequency dependent on likelihood of human or other disturbances. So we'll sort through all that. But, spatial scale, and then somebody else calling for surveys for aquatic species. Carbon. A little bit interesting, like on a scale of 4 to 5, the carbon metrics are ranking relatively low amongst other resources. But yeah, still at the same time, everybody says, yes, it's important. None valued any more than any other, I would say. Although maybe, this notion of storage in not on the stump or in harvested wood, people seem less concerned with that.
How do you see that?
4.1.
Those numbers are,
so take off this with like a little grain of salt.
Yeah.
Kind of silly. Well, and you can see it in the raw, and essentially like in the raw data. So maybe 3 people said 3, the 4 people said 3. That's it. Comments on carbon. Sequestration needs to be presented as units, not a rate. Rate understates contribution of older trees and overstates contribution of younger trees. Flux across sources would be a good addition and more meaningful. I'm not sure what they mean there. The sequestration. So these are just all things to dive for us to sort of dig into and to make sure are on the board's radar. Again, spatial scales, report it annually. Maybe report soil carbon less and characterize it by soil type. Wow. Below ground storage is significant and should be noted in some way. So there you have conflicting opinions.
That sounds like 5 or 6 PhD dissertations.
Right. Yeah. Okay, this one was kind of interesting. It's the only performance measure that scored below a 4 overall is the community engagement and public support component metrics. So folks in general seem to value this element less, which we can talk about this. It's one of the most difficult to measure, is all Tyson has to say about it. And does anybody have thoughts or opinions? This is something we've really been struggling with, is what do we do to assess whether, all the communities of place or of type are at their level of satisfaction and support for what we do, as well as the general public.
So can I speak to this just for a second?
Yes.
So for both the community engagement and the REI engagement, I'm pretty sure that I scored both of those broadly lower, because it was really clear in the survey that these pieces were going to cost you guys more money. And so when I was going through it, I was looking at where are places where they're either already tracking this, or it's going to be very easy for you guys to track within the data sets that you already have within the department. I scored those higher because I was like, it's going to require some staff time. Like, that's all it's going to take. Like, and I was like, but these are going to require like probably hiring a consultant and figuring out how to do like broad-based survey efforts. And I was like, I'm not going to score them as high. And so just so you have a sense, I may be the only one who did that, but I did take that into account as I scored.
What's your heart?
That might explain.
And so I don't know if you're seeing that on the REI side as well, but if other folks are thinking, have that perspective at all, I just wanted to point that out, that could be part of the reason why those scores are lower. Because there's a perspective of also understanding the financial viability and not wanting to put a heavy cost burden on the performance measures.
And this has been a real concern, because exactly Joe Alford has talked about this, like he has no money to survey the REI, the REI use. Would be great, but where is that money going to come from?
I knew that.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Yeah. Forgive me if you mentioned this already. What was the survey respondent size?
11 people. Well,
Judging a poll.
I mean, I'm sitting here looking, it's like, what's really the difference between 3.8 versus 3.7?
I mean, although like then when you go back up to like here, so what's that average score? Like there are some differences in the average scores. Like if you average these and average those.
Right, but now I'm wondering based off of Denise's, it's like, there's you only have that many respondents. And if everyone's approaching it differently in terms of the ranking, the way it was structured, like what is the value of this is meaningful information, but at the same time, I'm like, well, how much do we hang our hand on this survey work?
Not that much.
It's just reminds me of predates you, Nick, but they had a really interesting board meeting in Klamath Falls where they put these performance measures on a regression curve and use that as an order of priority in time. And that was a value-based facilitated conversation with the board members that was actually very helpful because they could take all this and they had the same conversations. Okay, it's 3.5. Does that really mean it's less important than 3.6? And so then you could put it on there.
You would have a confidence interval.
Yeah. And then you could say, well, that's what we said, but we really think. Then you can do a comparison. Okay, is this more important than that? Or these are critical to go together.
Yeah.
But that was a facilitated conversation that got beyond just crunching some numbers and getting averages.
Well, and I would say, we had Ty send us the survey mainly because I was curious what SVAC members had to say, less about the survey itself, right? And more about the performance measures more broadly because they're directly related to implementation. And that's what we speak to. And so it was less about getting the department scores and more about helping us to engage in a conversation around performance measures and how they relate to the work that's going to be occurring on the ground. So by doing it, Dawn and I and Nick were trying to get at some different things than just the numbers themselves.
So important space.
It also in that we have seen, many of us have seen this already. It cues us up for the conversation as well. I mean, that's probably what you said. And this is probably the community engagement piece is the least really objective. I mean, that's probably why if I did this, I had the hardest, because it's, volunteer hours in support of the state forest. I mean, how objective is that year to year? I mean, it's hard. This piece is really hard to get.
It is.
you know?
It's like, how do you figure out if the public supports
Right.
what you're doing, right? And how do you do it without just asking them directly?
Right.
And how is that created in some rigorous way that's informative?
Sorry, I stepped out. It just came up, but remind me, I don't remember if there was a context lead here, given budget constraints. What should we attend to? Was that in there?
I don't know.
Context.
So
I don't
all
remember.
it said when you read through each section was it would say, it would give like the different options, and then it would say whether or not, if it was going to cost more than money, how much more it was going to cost. And so if that was something that was important to you, you could score based on, you could use that in how you thought about your scores.
Oh.
Because I am a little bit,
At least that's how I saw it when,
I'm a little bit hung up on this, the question of what can we afford to measure versus what should we measure.
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned with trying to fit our measurements into what we're already looking at, like you described earlier.
Yeah.
It's like need to have been versus
Yeah, I mean,
might have been.
I guess that would be the prudent way to run your business, but I don't see a reason to concede that this is a proper business model. I mean, if your business model is broken, I'm going to qualify all my judgments around, okay, fine. If this is all we have to spend on monitoring, then okay, but
I was thinking about it yesterday with the dispersed recreation, not just the dispersed sites, which we do track, but actual dispersed recreation, so hunters in the woods, et cetera, that are hard to track. And like, how could we get some numbers around that and get, engage with them to figure out what they want, what they like? Same problem. I mean, so even just to ask that question that we all acknowledged yesterday was important, let alone this bigger picture piece, right? You know how we would do it? We'd have to clear cut a stamp to pay for those surveys. Not get 2/3 of that.
So I don't concede any of that. The statutory business model is absolutely a dead end. So I don't buy into that being a fixed world either, because we're gonna fail.
Well, and even if it is, the notion that, and therefore you get nothing out, you will get nothing like it, it's a hard sell for us. It's unrealistic, right? Especially when our costs continue to rise year over year.
Yeah, talking about the legislature more than you as an operator.
Yeah.
Have to do what you can.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to, given some other fix, I'd be happy to stay with the same revenue distribution formula. Is my point there. But you can't say that's all you get and knowing it's not enough, right? So I agree with you on that note. Comments, something related to GPV. Something like, does the public feel this meets GPV? Absolutely, although we need a survey and we need to explain to them what GPV is. Is anything missing? Yes! Exclamation point. Investment in ongoing detailed visitor use modeling. And then just some sort of editorialize or some context around that statement, I should say. So we'll go further into. I'm gonna keep moving in the interest of lunch.
Yeah. Just a comment about, I worked at Metro for many years in waste. And what they did for surveying is they sort of invited anybody that wanted to be part of their survey group to sign up, like people sign up for newsletters, and thousands of people signed up to participate. And then they would run questions through them from different departments. And again, it's not statistically valid, it's not all that, but it was a way to get some, some temperature of what people thought about, and it was relatively inexpensive to do because it was just digital, and so there are different ways that might be worth exploring to kind of get the input or the pulse of the state. You don't have, unlike state parks, you don't have as many users or defined users so that you can't get them at the front end. So that might be something to think about, just alternative ways of getting the temperature.
Tribal cultural resources, like it's pretty straightforward. This is a hard concept, this co-stewardship piece that like only a couple of people that in the agency that really engage with the tribes even really understand how they define it. Because it's different. It's different than co-management. It's something we're exploring. Because not because we have to, but like we have to because it's kind of the right thing to do. This is of huge interest to the tribes themselves, and we're trying to accommodate it. We just don't know what it looks like yet. So our goals and strategies that Cindy Kulamachuk worked with several tribes to develop reflect this concept of co-stewardship. I don't really have much more to say about that. As far as comments go, new policies and procedures as it involves the tribes are important. Staff education, it shows commitment to protection. Co-management is probably the best indicator and should include instances of traditional ecological knowledge application. So if there's somebody getting a little bit who's saying yes, do that thing. Provide specific examples of tribal knowledge and how they're being used to influence decisions. So, kind of show your work. Engage with real people and communities. We're trying. Division finances. The FTF fund balance and forecasts. So I guess sort of how are we doing overall? How does that relate to what we thought we would do? And then annual revenue and operating expenses. So it's just the board tracking our finances, which they should. I don't know if there's any comments there. As with other metrics, these are trailing indicators. Oh, I know who that must be. One of our board members really likes this notion or doesn't like trailing indicators and loves to point them out. As with other metrics, these are trailing, which means that when you have the information, it's already behind where we are today. For financial planning, it should include projections under several scenarios, including climate change, housing starts, and labor constraints. Those are interesting. There's something there that we probably need to dive into. And then a comment about ODFW program integration, which I don't get. I think that might just be about lean on ODFW as much as you can for their work.
What Rod buried deeper in this?
Aquatics folks. Okay, economic opportunities. And so, the usual suspects. Jobs by harvest volume, jobs by acres, non-timber jobs. It seems kind of coarse to me, but
yeah, it'd be nice to have that tease into, secondary, tertiary, economic performance measures. So, and that's part of the social leg.
Yeah.
How does that feed to, and this is an even harder thing to measure, is community well-being. Mm-hmm.
wonder if in this sector, I don't know if there's a way to gather the information, but like not just the number of jobs by volume or acres, but maybe you just got at it, Dan, like the well-being of a community will be shown because that economic sector will be thriving. You know, like the companies, like we heard from yesterday, will be a place where younger people are like, I can still live in this community and have a good job here. You know, some of those kinds of things, which is, I think, what we were talking about, but not in a super direct way. And so I think maybe get at through what you were just talking about. But yeah, I agree that this is the economics piece. There's kind of like in the end, and it's a little bit hard because I think this is the only place where you kind of look at it. And so thinking it through from a little bit more of a detailed lens, even the lens from yesterday's tour could be helpful.
It's non-timber jobs. It's close, but you have lots of partners and best practices around economic contributions from recreation activities. You have interests in partnering. The county's interests that you've got statewide partners there who are looking at those questions and other best practices and models from communities that have their economic health and well-being track recreation, tourism, recreation activities. So you probably come up with metrics for change.
We do have a socioeconomic report that Eco Northwest is working on that should be only a couple weeks out, I think. I don't know how far out it is now. That they dive into that. That's what they're diving into essentially, is trying to get at more specific around jobs in mills, jobs in reforestation, fishing guide jobs, like et cetera. So what can you look at that and see if there's something there that's useful for us moving forward in terms of methods?
And jobs, do you think they're going to be looking at jobs or economic contribution writ large?
Yeah, and then
that activity or economic activity.
I don't recall the latter. I know they're looking at jobs, and I think they're trying to link it back to community well-being. That's where I was headed. So I think we need to. Right now I don't know what to talk about, but there should be more.
Yeah, it's great. Having been in both Tillamook and Astoria, there's a fundamentally different community than, say, in the valley. And I don't know how to tease that out and give it any, even if it should have a higher weight. But you saw that we had this listening session here about the HCP in Astoria. The place was packed with the gills and people for and against it. I wouldn't think you'd get that same response if you held that in Forest Grove. I could be wrong, but having a community that's anchored in fishing and logging, now recreation or rec and tourism is built up as being a third leg of those key industries in my lifetime. That's different than the amorphous valley, from Medford to Portland. Sure. And I don't know how to tease that out or if that even should have weight, but when decisions are made about forest management things, it seems like it's felt bigger here. I mean, I have my neighbors asking me about it.
It's felt, yeah, that's undeniable. It's felt bigger. I don't know if there's a transition into statewide importance or not. That's the question. It's a local question, but As far as what the state's interest in general are, those are, that's on the table. I mean, and these investments are.
There might be a sub metric of this, which is, like the timber related jobs or the non-timber related jobs, that is a percentage of the jobs in the area type of thing.
Yeah.
Because I think that kind of teases a little bit to what I'm talking about. Is the reason that I think the impact is different is if this is 20% of the jobs in the community, it's hard for it. And so like if somebody's in Portland and they're saying it's 20,000 jobs, like big deal. 20,000 jobs is a drop in the bucket. Where if instead you tell them this is the equivalent of Portland, if you said the Port of Portland no longer gets to receive revenue coming to it, that's the impact to this community. Is if you remove the Port of Portland from the Portland metro area, so that they can kind of see that this is how important it is to some of these subsectors. And so maybe it's that job piece, but it's tied to the region. Like, what is the percentage of that region that this is associated with?
It goes into identifying disproportionate stuff.
Yeah, I get where you're going too, because like you kind of do have to split it out that way at minimum. Otherwise, if you have the same number of respondents from Washington County as Tillamook County, it's going to dilute like the actual impact, right? And it is sort of like, what's our relative contribution in a given place? And how's that? But yeah, so I mean, I don't know if it's the percent of jobs, but it is that notion of like, how do we relate? How impactful are we in this place versus that place?
And so, and I would assume, but maybe this assumption is incorrect, that counties also, I would hope, look at, a piece of their job somehow. I mean, it seems like if you're going to do that, then it should link to what a county looks at or whether the state looks at quote unquote rural economies. I know that supposedly rural economies are supposed to be important to the government. So how do they evaluate that and tie it in, over the grand scale as well?
Back to the counties, I love it.
Well, I mean, it's important to us, we live here, so how does it show up? Maybe they would help.
Yeah, I mean, these two and the next one, so our finances, like the economic opportunities and the financial support for counties, I mean, these are really, really important measures, right? I think like sometimes they're just it's so straightforward. It's like, well, yeah, it is just those two things, right? I don't think so with the economic opportunities. Like we need to do, this is part of telling our story. I'm much more interested in this story and the services that the counties derive from our stuff than in this like counties versus state sort of story.
I think you get more value out of this one from a grander scale than the other one. Because of course the other one, which, all the other counties can say, oh, lucky you get, X, Y, Z. But everyone understands jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So then it also doesn't pit the TLC counties against
the others, right.
Interesting.
So to have both.
Wait, did I read our whatever feedback we got there? No. So non-timber related jobs is remarkably big. Be more specific. Provide spatial and temporal scale. So that does kind of get at those county splits. In addition, economic contributions to communities from various sectors should be provided. So break it out by rec and tourism, tech, and real estate. I'd have to follow that through a little bit. What are the non-timber related jobs? How would you determine those? So questions around where we're at with those. Okay, and then financial support for the counties, which really is, it's like, hey, how much money are you sending us? How is that changing over time? And what are you forecasting for the future? Somebody rated those low. For the same way that they don't consider the number of owls in the forest as much as of a performance measure. Okay, fair enough. We know what moves improve conditions and efficiency, but many forces are outside of our grasp and scope to rate these high. Okay, so somebody essentially saying like, yeah, but like it's not the department's fault, and therefore is this the right measure? I mean, there's some like yes and no, in my opinion there. Because there is like what we said we would do and whether we're doing it versus whether we could do more and that whole debate. They're kind of two different conversations. Sorry about that. Okay, harvest and inventory. And so, you know, how many acres are we managing? How much volume are we selling? And how does that in turn affect our standing volume? Couple quick questions, or somebody just was concerned about those relative to proximity to water resources. Okay. REI, there's only two more here. So you want to hit pause and eat lunch, or should I just crank through this?
Thanks for
Okay. So, usual suspects, campground viewers, participants in the E&I programs. These are more easier to measure than the latter, which scored pretty low, this targeted research on visitor use. And so talked about this in the same context of public support, same issue, like show me the money.
It's targeted research is where trying to get the money.
Yeah.
That's, I'm sure I didn't rate it low because I'm in these rooms making grants, approving grants and writing grants and all over the place. And you don't get grants without that research. And so that's why I'm not sure why that's scoring low, because you're gonna get denied that poor quality.
Well, I think based off of what Denise mentioned earlier, I'm wondering if that was scored low because in your targeted research means you have to hire out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's they don't have enough money to go get the big possible money.
I do think too, like as usual, we tend to think of things in kind of outdated ways. On this issue, we might be thinking about people with clipboards or trailheads when like everything's automated these days. It's like, how can we bring technology to bear on these questions? We haven't like dug too deep into that. Quickly, the questions around that. Seems like a 10-year study, explore willingness to pay. We are doing a little bit of willingness to pay stuff. We're working with a professor at OSU to like develop a study that kind of looks at willingness to pay under different scenarios, kind of different levels of conservation and different types of harvest. It seems there should be more outreach. Yeah, I don't disagree.
I think I might have put that just because I don't see enough. Well, I don't know about the relationship between Parks, ODF, and Extension.
Oh,
and it seems like, you know, there's money. Well, I'm always looking for where's there money, and there's money in parks because of the lottery, and there's education, and you know, maybe you could utilize some of their money. Don't tell anybody, including Extension, just because, you know, education is not your mission. It is the mission of parks. It is the mission of Extension. You know, so why aren't and it's in parks are in forests, and Extension teaches about forests, and you know.
Middle is education. So I mean that is the mission.
Yeah.
We have been talking to parks. I know Joe has regular meetings. Joe Offer has regular meetings with parks. He has been talking to them, particularly about like day use fees and campground fees, et cetera, trying to look at like trying to be responsive to that question of why aren't you guys doing any of these things? But that's a good point on the actual education and outreach side.
Just a follow-up from yesterday's, are we missing, I guess, like, so all of that is very structured recreation, like everything's there.
Yeah.
And there's nothing here that speaks to any of the dispersed piece that is very prevalent across. And then so in a lot of ways, this type of thing ends up tying us to be like, the only thing we need to worry about, I guess, is formal. So do we need to have some sort of informal piece as part of that here that is missing?
Well, that might be something you could measure easily. You know, as an avid hunter and fisherman, I have to report where I catch a fish, how many fish I caught, all digitally. Whenever I go, every hunt I have, say what unit I'm in, how many days I hunt in that unit, whether I'm successful or not. If we had a connection to ODF and W, we could harvest that data.
Yeah,
But then you're making assumptions with that data, so where the unit is and how much of our land is in it.
Well, like for the South Fork Trask, I did that back in the early 2000s, where it said, okay, that's primarily Board of Forestry land. You could make an interpretation of saying 90% of this base is owned by Board of Forestry. So if you hunted in that, you could do some sort of math in there. It would be bulletproof, but
Even if it's 12%. I mean, if you could say there was 30,000 hunting permits issued in this area, 12% of the area of this area of state forest land, at least it's something to where we have an idea of like, this is likely occurring on the land base. Is it 100%? No, this is the thing. Like that's come up a couple times at SVAC as far as like, how do we keep track of that stuff? I don't want to lose sight of some of the conversations that we've held in the past on why that's important, whether it's as simple as this is how many fishing permits or hunting permits were given. And in the areas that they were given, this is the percentage of state land, just so that we can try to draw some correlation to it. But I do think it's important for us to give ourselves some sort of metric to track that dispersed.
Yeah, because they have every one of those hunting units says how much public land is on that, whether it's Forest Service, field. They don't say which public landowners, but
yeah, they don't. They don't of the unit.
They won't say it's this much BLM, this much Forest Service.
I mean,
for units that are like all on private, to say you must have permission from the landowner to hunt this unit. So those ones you could just write off.
Oh, lastly, wildlife, mostly tied to the HCP. I haven't seen it in a while. Large tree distribution. I'm not sure what that means. Anyway, these are some metrics of habitat elements for wildlife. Long story here. Some resistance from multiple folks on just reporting out uncovered species. Kind of on the environmental side, it's just limited to, old forest species. They're interested in other things. On sort of the production side, like why anchor into owls or something, was the comment there. I forget why. Anyway, so we came up with a habitat approach that's reflected here. And that reflects kind of different aspects of habitat for different species. Here's the one HCP piece, which is there's a stay ahead provision, which basically says you can't cut more habitat than you have. And so are we meeting that one? This one's just starting to differentiate from, this is kind of an early Cyril piece, I would wager. Large trees, everybody loves big trees.
Can you restate that you can't cut more than you have? Or can you say that?
Under the stay ahead provision, and we lean heavily on the habitat conservation areas for this lift, but you have to stay ahead. So you have to be net positive on habitat in any given time period of interest. is all it is. And so you're sort of looking across the whole landscape. What do we have? How much did we cut? Just you can stay.
It's a state buffer.
And you can model this, our harvest in a way that actually we would jump out. Like we could violate the stay ahead depending on how we harvested. So that's not to say it's a real metric. We're not likely to violate it. But if you ask, like, how aggressive can you get? Basically as aggressive as we can until we violate that provision. Or one other, but not worth getting into right now.
One thing of confusion that would be helpful if you could clarify with the stay ahead provision, there's a question of.
That's not growth. It's all.
It's inside and outside.
Yeah, I think we talked to the services about it. So some people have been saying like, well, that's going to be hard. Your growth has to outpace your harvest. No, it's our habitat on the landscape versus our harvest. Yeah. Okay. And then, so things we've heard from folks is, Amanda has mentioned several times, like there should be something in there about wildfire risk. So that's flagged. Early cereal habitat always pops up. And there were some comments here on that to that effect. Herbicide use, I don't know what they were getting at there.
Not a covered use.
Yeah, proximity of operations to water resources, other aspects of forest health, non-covered wildlife, which means not under the HCP. Extent of wetlands and change. I added that earlier today. And then so community well-being.
Which you added as well.
Yeah. All right. I'll stop sharing and see.
I think that, like community well-being for catching this economic contribution, recreation tourism, or either that or the jobs, one of those two being in there.
Yeah.
So one section I guess I had that. So one of the questions was proximity to water resources. Are those specific to like domestic water sites? Or is that just proximity to streams as we're harvesting?
Be a question for Tyson. I'm not sure if he shorthanded that and lost that information.
And I guess just to follow up, assuming it's domestic.
No, water sources, it says. So
okay.
That'd
be like a domestic thing. Like, that's going to go up from where we were. Like, so just so that everyone's like, as we were talking about the house, rooms, floors type of thing, shrinking land base means where we go to operate is going to have more impact. Where we are going to operate is nearer to homes. I mean, that's what we're already finding. And so even before we start doing an in-depth analysis, I guarantee that the answer here is going to be more water resources. And it's good to measure. And all water resources are not the same. I guess it's the other piece that just from we covered some of that today where, yes, it's in, well system area, but, the impact that we have may be significantly different than if it's somebody's water system that's on overland stream that's right next to their house. And so those are two different things. Like just a yes, no box doesn't necessarily tell the whole story. But just as we start measuring some of those, like, I just want to make sure that as we do, if the answer is if there's more than bad, I can tell you how that's going to end before we've taken any numbers.
Right. Well, thank you guys for sticking with this. I think we should get lunch. And for everybody online, since it's like 12:15, we'll start at 1:45.
Oh, maybe thanks. What